I mean, I'm just starting to scratch the surface. I looked into it last night late, and I'm gonna delve more into it. It's unbelievable. The Arabs are involved. Oh my God, the Knights Templar are involved. Yeah.
Double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. Oh, you fool, think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
I'm
horizontals are parallel to the
finish,
plane of the
finish.
horizon. And we are live. I think so. Yes, we are. It's Hump Day, Wednesday. Nothing special today. But this week we're going over the Triangle Axiom Week special, brought to you by Beddy, the pseudo-logician. Open up arguments that people wish that we had. We were hidden away in a little Discord server, just looking over stuff as we were. Kept getting worried by Globe Earth witnesses. Keep coming round, pushing the model. We were just talking about reality, about the simple stuff. We went back to the first principles, went to do logic and geometry. Quite simple stuff. People keep telling us we're wrong, doing the wrong thing. Don't be thinking that straight lines don't curve. All that sort of stuff. Sounds ridiculous, but grown adults telling us about this sort of stuff. For some reason. And so this is Wednesday. It's Hump Day. Middle of the week. But quite relevant as well, because the hump is the opposite side of the well, it's what you get when you have two nutsack drops and then you realise your cog disc kicks in and all of a sudden there's a hump. It's what you develop. A hump's what you develop when cog disc points out that there's two nutsack drops and they both can't be drops, so they have to turn into a hump. It's Globe Logic 101. Not really logical, but you have that many contradictions that, I mean, why not? I mean, it wouldn't be a globe model if it wasn't contradictory. Because we can't learn things if they're not. I'm going to have to do that, aren't I? I'm going to have to get a Dr. Becky and a contradictory warm-up just so you model people can get into the mood of how contradictory you have to be.
Yeah, if it's not contradictory, it can't be. It has to be contradictory since everything's contradictory.
Yeah, they say there's nothing new under the sun. Well, if you make everything contradictory, then there's a whole new thing you can go through and learn. Why not? So tonight, I don't know whether everybody's aware of this. Last night we were going over, and all this week we're going to go over the triangle axiom. But last night we had a little trip in from Rumpus, and a lot of what we do, a lot of what I do is Logos led. And Rumpus came in yesterday and told us that he was the one that told us all about the triangle axiom all 2 years ago. Now, I don't know whether he was talking about me, because it seemed like he came in here specifically to tell me that he told us. And I've always recorded everything. It was one of the things I did, because I thought, if I'm coming into this to study. And in order to be able to study, you have to record. To record all conversations to see how it goes. So I went back to look for the video, right? The recording of Rumpus. And I came to the earliest recording that I actually had a conversation with Rumpus. He does actually mention a bit about it. So we're going to go over that earlier, today. But because the Logos took me back to that, thank you, Rumpus, because there is a very nice oh, have we got somebody want to come in? Is it peaceful? Has never had the roles. Can somebody sort him out with a VC role? Not been back since we had the new thing. Yeah, so I'll go over a Rumpus video where Rumpus says that he brought this Euclidean thing up, but when I came into this, in fact, I should have got that as well, because I know it's upsetting for people to hear Fight the Flat Earth. But I'm wondering whether I could. I'll go over that. Well, I came into this because Fight the Flat Earth brought me in because I said, one, that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, and two, that level is horizontal. He wasn't too happy about me saying that. Called me a flat earther, and I think from that day on, I've always been tagged with it because he gave me that tag. Because I went against him and I made him look like a fucking tit. That's not hard to do. Everybody knows he is a tit anyway. But what he did was he went and initiated my first understanding of non-Euclidean geometry, which he stated in right at the beginning of the debate that straight lines curve, and he knew right then that there is no argument to level is horizontal other than saying straight lines curve. So we've got Rumpus to come, and this very argument from Euclidean geometry, it's one of the strangest stories you'll probably ever hear, and not a lot of people will know about a very simple statement that will end up being the downfall of a model. It will end up exposing all of the tricks, or hopefully, that have been played upon everyone, and the injection of a contradiction into a perfect logical system, and that because that's the only way you can develop the minds of people. Otherwise, sounds ridiculous. But when this week's finished, hopefully we'll get people to understand how I can't really explain how simple this particular argument is, but how complicated people want to make it for. I'm still unaware of for what purpose anybody would want to complicate the issue of straight lines and perpendicular and geometry, and the way geometry lets you know what a triangle is, what a square is, what a circle is, and all of that, and how then they say that doesn't actually relate to reality, because that's what's coming. We at Christmas time or New Year, SE started the proof thing, which has dropped off because it's got even worse now. Back then, they had proofs within mathematics, at least. Now, mathematics have no relation to reality. So the only proofs they think that they actually have are within mathematics that isn't exactly real at all. So there's no proofs in reality, not even in mathematics, because there's a difference now between maths and reality, which is scary. really scary. Especially for my lad. Me trying to prepare my lad for growing up and living with this. There's nothing real anymore. Or there's at least the group of people that keep coming in here trying to preach globe to us. They're the ones that want us to accept that nothing's real. And the fact that we do think everything's real is a problem for them. So I'll get this. So this is we're going over my first encounter with Rumpus. Right, now I think
That sounds dangerous.
You guys will have to let us know if the sound comes through the Discord. I've got doing this through my photo thing, and there it is on the right. Okay, so if you hear anything weird, give us a shout. I've not got any eyes on the YouTube channel, so if anybody wants to keep us an eye on that for us and let us know what's going on. Otherwise, we'll just go through this. It's 40 odd minutes, but it may take a bit when we stop and chat about it. So this is my first ever meeting with Rumpus, introduced by Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior was in here and he brought Rumpus over. So here we go. What's that? Can you guys hear it in Discord?
I've had to
Rumpus.
come to know some bits about it, and I don't actually have any surveying equipment, but I'm familiar with some of it, and I'm familiar with auto levels. Well, when I say familiar, I have not used an auto level in real life, though I'm familiar with what you see and how they work, the technology behind them, and theodolites and the difference between them. I know that, but I have not actually gripped one, though I've considered getting one and hiring one to do the Alberuni test, where you get on a nice big mountain or something near some water, and then you measure the dip angle to the horizon from the horizontal. So I'm familiar with
So I'll go back over that again. It's only 40 odd seconds straight into it. It sounds like Rumpus was doing an audition to me. This, when I heard it back again. Listen to this. He's auto level.
I've had to come to know some bits about it, and I don't actually have any surveying equipment, but I'm familiar with some of it, and I'm familiar with auto levels. Well, when I say familiar, I have not used an auto level in real life, though I'm familiar with what you see and how they work, the technology behind them, and theodolites and the difference between them. I know that, but I have not actually gripped one, though I've considered getting one and hiring one to do the Alberuni test, where you get on a nice big mountain or something near some water, and then you measure the dip angle to the horizon from the horizontal. So I'm familiar with and things like some parts of the dumpy level. I'm familiar with some of the procedures, but
so Rumpus, I don't know whether he actually did that or not. I don't think he's made a video about it. But I mean, that's interesting, right? The dip angle to the horizon, what he calls the Alberuni. The Rumperoonie. That would be interesting for Rumpus to go over that. The Rumperoonie.
Is this
angle.
like a couple of years ago or something?
Yeah. This is my first conversation with Rumpus. One of my earlier videos. This. So yeah, he sounds like he's quite nice, isn't he? He's like he's doing an audition at the minute. It's really strange.
I've not actually done it in real life.
Right, so
he's not done it.
I did notice you said from the horizontal. So you know that level is horizontal then?
Very low.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
Look.
Right, is it very low for you guys? Can you turn it up? Or...
I've just turned it up. Yeah, mine was low, but I've got an option to turn it up on the media.
What's it look sound like on what's the YouTube say? What do you guys say? YouTube, is it all right? Can you hear?
You saying it's low bloods, yeah?
Might be coming through loud enough at this end here.
I can turn it up a bit, but not much.
From here, fine.
Fine.
Yeah, okie. Well, we'll just carry
YouTube
on.
sounds fine to me.
Okay, good. Right, so listen to what he says.
From the horizontal. So you know that level is horizontal then?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
Look.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
That's how long back this was. They hadn't learned the full argument yet. I'll do that again. Just
the beginning of evolution.
Yeah. The beginning of the argument where they start backtracking.
From the horizontal. So you know that level is horizontal then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Locally.
Locally.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut this
Right.
one up. We're going to go back over this one.
Everybody's horizontal on a different part of the earth is different.
Okay, but do you understand geometry? Have you done like much geometry? I know you say you haven't.
Yes, I have done a lot of geometry. Yes,
right.
I'm very familiar with geometry.
Sweet. So you know a perpendicular then?
I certainly do.
And that is two straight lines, right?
At a point, yes, they cross at a point, yes. So
Well-
at the point where they cross, then you have a perpendicular,
Okay.
but
So,
that's all.
but you say you understand geometry, which
I do.
Euclidean geometry, right? You know what we're using Euclidean geometry, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, do you know the axioms and all of that of Euclidean geometry?
I think there are 4 axioms, and there might be a 5th that they had to add about parallel lines not meeting, that they tried to remove, but they had to put back in.
Okay. Well, I've
Right, and that may be what Rumpus was talking about with his lecture last night, that he was the one that told us about the 5th, or what we call a triangle axiom. So you want to hear exactly what Rumpus said there again?
Then you have a perpendicular,
Okay.
but
so
that's all.
but you say you understand geometry, which
I do.
Euclidean geometry, right? You know what we're using Euclidean geometry, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, do you know the axioms and all of that of Euclidean geometry?
I think there are 4 axioms, and there might be a 5th that they had to add about parallel lines not meeting, that they tried to remove, but they had to put back in.
Okay. Well, I've got
An axiom about parallel lines not meeting.
Not meeting.
That they tried to take out, but they had to put back in again.
You tried to take out. They put back in. Who tried to take it out?
4 axioms as well. Right? They're axioms to Rumpus, not postulates, right? So there was 4 axioms. There's one that they tried to take out, but had to put back in again, because it was about parallel lines not meeting. Like, what? No, the definition.
It could have asked me that.
The definition is the bit that tells you about parallel lines and what defines the parallel line.
Mm-hmm.
The axiom is a self-evident truth. So, I mean, Rumpus, I think that's as much a mention.
Feedback there, Bloods. Sorry.
Yeah. It's as much a mention as I think I can find so far. But if Rumpus has got any more, then fair enough. Carry on.
school book for geometry, Euclidean.
Yeah, I think there are. You seem to have. I don't know.
There's 12 axioms and 3 postulates there, right?
I thought there were only 5 axioms.
That's weird, isn't it? What some people think, but
well, I'm reasonably sure. I don't know. I'm prepared to. I'm sufficiently sure to think that your book is not. Well, it's possibly confusing postulates and axioms. Let me just go and check on that. I'm
Right.
reasonably sure.
My
I don't know whether there are two sets of axioms or something.
oh,
Let me just go
like
and
so
check.
you've got an updated elements, have you?
I haven't got an update elements, no, but I think the
This is 1871. This one. See if you can get one any earlier. That'd be great.
well,
I mean, I'd love to see an earlier one. I
I
mean, as
don't-
far as I know, there's some that are still missing from this. I think there's about 23 axioms, really.
I think. Well, I mean, it must admit you. Hold on, let me just check on this because I'm reason.
Right, so he's googling it.
Yeah, he's googling to check if there's actually 12 axioms in your book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the expert, and we're just talking about what I mean. Like, I was specifically there. That was my first Euclid book, 1871. It's an old school book. It's got it wrote in the front of it, but the pages are all falling out. Old book.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, yours might have it wrong. You know, might have it mixed up. The book might have it mixed up."
Yeah. I got mine from Google, but your book might have it wrong.
Yeah. They didn't know anything back then.
No, this is literally like everybody's learning this thing now. So for anyone to think at the minute, I don't really understand this, I don't get it. Well, nobody does. This is stuff that hasn't been taught to anyone, really. It should have been that just about everybody I've talked to about this has really learned something. They've taken something from it. It's something so simple, but to actually understand and get something from it, it's eye-opening. Really does change you. So we'll carry on with this. This just gets better and better. I was chuckling and laughing. I can hear Spot On laughing in the background. He's enjoying it.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about this for some time, but let me just go and check.
Not thought about it.
Well, you don't tend to think about the axioms very much, whether or not you needed them. But I'm familiar with the fifth one, where parallel lines not meeting was.
Is that what it says?
in
I've
curved
got.
space.
If a straight line meets two straight lines as to make the two interior angles on the same side as is taken together less than two right angles, these
Right, here we
straight
go.
lines being continually produced
the
shall
postulate.
at length meet on that side which
Dead hard
are
to
the
read that.
angles which are less than two right angles. Doesn't really say much about parallels, does it?
Right, the fifth, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page under axioms, and it only has the 5 that I mentioned.
He's looking at the Wikipedia page under axioms, and it's only got 5, strangely enough, so that must be correct. That's where you go to for all your knowledge.
Yeah, they've condensed it.
Yeah. It's like he said, it's been a long time since I've ever really had to think about the axioms. Who has to do that?
Let me just Google it.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see what the received opinion should be. Give me my received opinion on this particular subject.
You've got the book in front of you.
Yeah.
1871. No, yeah?
Yeah.
1871?
Yeah, the first one, yeah.
Mm.
But so Rumpus is now getting his information on the fly from a Google about something that he's never looked into. And this is us 2 years ago. I had a book there open, fully aware of all of the implications of the entire argument. And Rumpus also, right there, with the knowing of this argument, I hope he's prepared the Globers well enough for this. He knew. He told us yesterday. He told us about this. So he knew about this particular let's say, debate, because that's what it's going to have to be. It's an intellectual debate about something to do with an axiom within the foundational book of mathematics. Not a big thing, really. Just, just an axiom.
What's an axiom between?
Yeah, it's just an axiom of the most fundamental mathematics book ever. Don't worry about it. It's not a big thing yet. There we go.
What, the fifth gear of the 12th gear axle?
The parallel postulate. It says they let the following be postulated in the elements. Yes, Euclid gives 5 postulates, axioms, so I was completely correct. And
wiki.
The 5th one, as I said, and I was correct, but the 5th one was about parallel lines.
Okay.
What's
number 2?
To produce, extend a finite straight line continuously in a straight line.
Okay, so that means there's no points, right? You can't say horizontal at a point if you're using Euclidean geometry, because number 2. Yeah, you can read that, can you?
Well,
because my one, it's got it as the postulates, right? Now,
yeah.
I don't know whether, you've got 5 axioms, right?
Do you want to read? I'm happy for you to read out. Hold on, let me just go back. You're reading out number 2, which is
it's the second
so
postulate.
A straight line may be produced to any length. Yes, which is effectively the same as the one that I was reading.
Yeah, it's just worded slightly differently, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
When it says a terminated straight line, that means like what you're calling a point. I can give you a definition of geometry of the point if you want.
No, my point was different.
Oh,
perhaps I'll show you. Can we
It's
show?
an old point argument.
Is there a way? We can now. There's a no. We've got an option here of sharing a screen, haven't we?
Yeah. It's brilliant, Discord, isn't it?
Yes, this is new.
It's
isn't
the
it?
future.
See, this is way back when Discord was just starting the share screen thing. Quite a bit ago. That's why we like Discord so much. We've been able to share.
When I put my pointer over screen, it shows me no entries. Is that a special facility that I don't have access to, or something?
Oh, I don't know. Emma might be the person for that. Emma, is he not allowed to share his screen, or?
No, everybody should have access to it. Let me just double check.
I've got a little no entry sign.
This is back when we didn't have Rakir for tech support. We had to have Emma.
Might be because you've not got it open for you.
It's also before the bridge.
Yeah, before Rakir came around. So yeah.
Yes, right.
There you go.
Pre Rakir's bridge.
Show you a diagram that may...
No, I actually meant the other bridge. Sorry for talking over.
Right. And what's this? Give us a run through.
Well, okay, I'll show you the diagram. Let me just see if I can. Here we go. Now, do I have to click go live? Is that what I do? The stream is this one.
Wellesley Bridge.
Yes, okay. Can you see that? I don't know where you have to click to see
I'm
it.
coming in. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's Rumpus's drawing.
All right, you can bring it up.
Developed a bit, but there it is.
Right, so you've got that nice and big, have you?
Scale model.
Scale model.
This is great.
Why are you saying Gale?
Scale model.
Right. Now, everybody who knows us here knows that we have, or I particularly have, a problem with people saying you don't understand scale. And if anybody ever says you don't understand, it normally means I don't understand scale. So therefore I'm going to put it on to you. Now this is one of the first examples of me seeing things that they're just instant to me. I can't help it. So
brilliant. It was brilliant.
Rumpus comes up with this drawing. I read the top, and the top line says scale model of the great circle of the earth, right? So it's a fucking circle. Anybody knows anything about circles and triangles, they can be scaled to any size. That's the beauty of them. The relationships between the lines and the diameter and the circumference of a circle stay the same. A triangle, a right angle triangle, can be proportioned to any size because they're scalable, right? You call it scalable or non-scalable, right? It doesn't matter what number you put there because all of the other numbers will proportion themselves around it. And scale is a ratio. But this is one of my first encounters with Rumpus and that particular scale argument. So listen to this. This is beautiful.
Of the great circle of the earth.
It says scale.
Yeah.
Can you not read? Why is it? That's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. How did you verify?
So he thought the idea of saying the scale of the circle was to just put a number to the radius, as if that would make any difference to the scale. It's just a really strange thing for somebody to say it's to scale circle. I obviously it's passed on, but a 2-scale circle, lovely, lovely.
Because that is what professional geodetic surveyors and the GPS and every measurement we've ever made of the radius of the Earth gives us that value.
How did they measure that?
Well, the GPS system does it, or you can do it yourself with the Alberuni technique. You could measure that radius if you like.
You just said a dip from the horizontal.
Correct. Yes. If you go out, take a dip from the horizontal. There's a geometrical calculation you can do to then give you the radius of the Earth from that value.
Right. Okay. So
I can go through that. I've actually got a diagram for that just below. If you want me to go through
you
that
do
now.
say that level is horizontal, right?
Right. This is what I've part of the.
Right. Another one. This is definitely going to be put into a song.
Diagram for that just below. If you want me to go through
You
that
do
now.
say that level is horizontal, right?
Right. This is what I've part of the diagram.
Right.
And you see that I've drawn lots of little
Uh-oh.
various points on this Earth. I've drawn where level is at various points.
So would you be saying up and down there? Would you be calling that vertical?
Yeah, indeed, I would. Yes,
Brilliant.
you can see that here.
So
You
that
can see-
that is vertical and horizontal.
Can you see my pointer?
Yeah, of course I can.
Right. Okay. Oh, just checking. Right. So let's take this point here, for instance.
Yep.
Let's take this point on the surface of the Earth. At that point there. So if we zoom into that.
Yep.
Right. So.
It's at a funny angle.
At that point on the Earth.
Yep.
That's up. and
It's a
that's
funny
down, and
angle.
that's level. Over here.
Oh.
Whoops. Over here.
You see, if you extend them lines, like we just explained in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. They will cross at different angles. Yes.
Oh. Well,
Because the level
is that what perpendiculars do?
It's perpendicular at this point.
Yeah, but if you extend it, it won't be perpendicular with that other one that you're calling
That's right,
vertical
that's
over there, will it?
That's because that's a different point. Yes, a different angle.
But that breaks the rules of geometry, surely.
No, it doesn't. No. We can extend this line here. This is level at this.
See that? How good is that? That breaks the rules of geometry. Yes. That's your contradiction. That's explosive. Like, boom. Geometry's gone. If you're allowed to make perpendiculars do that. It's just at the moment now, Rumpus, I mean, he has been doing it for 2 years with this picture. Everybody's seen it. He's trying to do a Jedi mind trick now from this point on.
Would this be dialism?
Yeah, dialetheism. Of course it is. It's like in picture form. But
In
I think
picture form.
what Rumpus has been doing over the past 2 years, I mean, every time he gets this picture out, everybody sees it all the time. And that's what he's doing here. Putting this picture out, but say to him, what's that about? Why perpendiculars? How can they do that? I think we go into it a bit more here.
Oh, and this is level at that point.
Okay. So horizontal isn't perpendicular to vertical.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
No, it's not going to be perpendicular to that other vertical, though, is it?
Yeah, no, hold on. That's because they're different, yes. So at this point
the verticals are different.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. So at this point here on the surface of the Earth, this is level, that's vertical. If we go to a different point on the surface of the Earth, there is a different level and a different vertical.
Yeah, but that doesn't look right, does it? You cannot see that problem there.
No, there's no problem. You can see it's entirely consistent. There you go.
No, because then one's at the sides there.
Because down is defined on a sphere with a gravitational pull to the center of the Earth. Everything has to point towards the center of the Earth. So all these points here, down is going to change direction depending on where you are on the surface of the Earth.
Right, I can't get anything. I'd like to have a screenshot.
I think DP's coming back in here now. Nice one with DP. But if you look, he's got up and down here. I mean, that looks brilliant. But over here, he's got down facing up. Which is like a blatant contradiction.
Bicycle wheel geometry.
Yeah, that's down pointing upwards and upwards pointing down.
It has to.
And here you've got up and down in exactly the same direction. Just it just doesn't make sense at all. Looking at this, I mean, I know Rumpus has been doing the magic trick, showing everybody it, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, every direction on the globe model is every other direction also at the same time simultaneously. It's a massive contradiction.
Yep.
Vertical and horizontal are in every direction at all times.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all right. I mean, that sounds fucking ridiculous.
Spirology.
Yeah.
Spirology.
Crazy.
John, can you give us a picture of that?
I'll tell you what. I will provide you. I will create a grab of that.
I think DP made a meme of this. DP, have you got that?
You're gonna love this one, I see.
It was a maths teacher from Canada that did this sort of thing, and I'm not so sure how your geometry works. Well, I think you seem to have made a very, very fundamental mistake.
No, you seem to not understand some very simple things. Down is towards the center of the Earth, and at any point on the surface of the Earth, there's a different down direction. And as you
here comes DP. DP's had enough.
Is perpendicular to that angle. Those levels all change in angle as well. So the key thing to remember that down points to the center of the Earth. And we can demonstrate this. If you get a theodolite and you say, even if they're just 600 meters apart, they've effectively got a plumb bob in them. Those plumb bob angles are not parallel.
Right.
Wow.
Right. Now, who do you think's told him that? I'll go over it again just because. I mean, but I'm going to have to redo this and put this into a video. This is really old. Oh, there's only about 124 views on this on my channel. I can't really do that. Is it? Yeah, I don't know whether I can turn it up. It's just through the app. Yeah, I'm sorry, people on YouTube. I can't really adjust it anymore. I suppose I could. I can give you another 7% on the app, but I don't know whether that'll make any difference or not. So this is Rumpus talking about a theodolite 600 meters. I said to Spot On, what are the chances of Logos giving us this? We'll go over all of the things he says about it. So
no, you seem to not understand some very simple things. Down is towards the center of the Earth, and at any point on the surface of the Earth, there's a different down direction, and as you determine level or horizontal is perpendicular to that angle, those levels all change in angle as well. So the key thing to remember, that down points to the center of the Earth, and we can demonstrate this. If you get a theodolite and you say, even if they're just 600 meters apart, they've effectively got a plumb bob in them. Those plumb bob angles are not parallel.
Right. Anybody want to try that to break that down?
On.
So you've got two theodolites 600 meters apart, right? Claim number
They're
one.
both pointing down.
They've got a plumb bob in them. What do you reckon? The chances of that? Theodolites, plumb bobs in them.
Inside the theodolite.
Do you reckon?
Is
It
that
could
how
be a new kind of theodolite.
Well, an auto level does have a compensator. It's an auto, right? It's a free hanging set of mirrors that allows you to see horizontal. Auto. Do you think a theodolite has one of those in it?
It doesn't seem like that to me.
It's got two moving arms. It's got like where would you put the horizontal floating thing in it? Like it's a telescope that measures angles and a turning base that measures angles also. There's no room for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's meant to go up.
You have to just do it on the theodolite. It's not as accurate as an auto level because you have to set it up on the thing. I mean, you can set it up really accurately, but it takes longer and it's not as quick as an auto level. And it does not have a plumb bob inside. An auto level doesn't have a plumb bob inside it. You can attach a plumb bob to it to make sure you're over the top of a specific point that you want to make sure you're above. Right? So you won't measure your angles or whatever. But I mean, somebody's told Rumpus wrong. I mean, he didn't know anything about it back in the day. He was learning. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it does just give us a chance to go over it. No plumb bob inside a theodolite.
Mine just has a bubble level.
Yeah, it's just a little bubble on the side of it. You turn it.
Yeah, I actually just used the plumb bob.
Oh, I can't
Just one. You only use one? Because on a globe you would need infinite.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one. You can't tell anything from just one plumb bob.
You need a special one for Australia.
I don't know what happened. Sorry.
I go over it again.
It's called a down under bob.
But I talked about it as a plumb bob because you're a
Hey.
moron.
Wow.
Yeah, you just have.
There we go.
You just put the weight
Utter
up.
moron. I have to explain things in simple terms to morons, and the compensator acts like a plumb bob.
Keep
What
polite so you can
compensator?
stay with us.
You utter moron.
What compensator?
You utter moron.
Rumpus,
Did
what
Rumpus use the
compensator?
plumb bob?
At first, I thought that was from the video, and I thought,
Yeah, I know.
was
It's like he
related
turned
totally.
it up. Turned Rumpus's volume up.
Rumpus, have you ever used the plumb bob?
Rumpus is out.
Oh. Fine.
Has he gone?
Yeah.
I muted him. I thought.
Oh.
I might have pressed the wrong button.
Oh,
but
right.
that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Bring him back in.
Right, well, I mean, let's get this sorted. A theodolite, like he said, with a compensator, he's got mixed up. He thinks it's an auto level. He's confused between the two. A theodolite doesn't have the compensator. It's just like Kia said, it's just got the bubble on it. You just turn it. Turn it through 90 degrees to make sure it's level on both axes, right?
Yeah, I just take a little small spirit level when I'm setting up my tripod.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I set my auto level on top, it has a bubble level that you just turn the knobs until it's right in the center. And it's, it's pretty accurate.
But you're only measuring angles anyway, aren't you?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like Rumpus's, what do you call it? The test over at the Bedford with the bendy poles. I guarantee he didn't use a plumb bob to set those poles straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem if those poles are at a slight angle or bent. He's going to get misreadings, but he'll learn that in time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right, so there's
maybe that's him measuring diverging plumb bobs or like plumb lines. Maybe that's what he's got.
Yeah, that might be why he's doing it. Okay. So yeah, there's no plumb bob in a theodolite. Unfortunately for Rumpus, but I mean, he was trying to explain to us then. He did come in to explain how he thought there were plumb bobs in here, but apparently they're not.
Is that the definition of coming in hot?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Nice try, Rumpus.
Yeah.
You got your 2 bits in. That's all he wanted to do anyway, obviously.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's good to see that he's come in early with the plumb bobs inside the... I mean, tiny plumb bobs. I reckon it'd have to be small, wouldn't it? Where do you think they'd hide it?
That tiny little string. You'd need a tiny screwdriver.
That's where you would need your tiny screwdriver for that.
And SC, the plumb bob for Australia, it's no different. You just put the weight at the opposite end of the string.
That's it. Just hold the other end of the string. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get a theodolite,
So hold a plumb bob up on an airplane when you're flying to Australia and see what it does. You talk about neat. Like a yo-yo.
This is too funny, man.
Hey, seriously, bro. That plumb bob is magically being pulled to the center of the earth.
Well, here we go. He's about to get told off by DP, I think. DP's rage is building.
And you...
Hey, hold on 1 second before... I just want to say one thing so it doesn't seem that we're, getting rid of Rumpus. Rumpus, if you calm down, you can come and defend yourself after this, okay?
Yeah, I definitely didn't kick him. I don't think that was me. I was just trying to not hear his voice for a second, calling everybody another moron. That's just dumb, but...
don't come in like that, because I'll boot you myself.
Yeah, I was just pressing buttons till his voice quit, so I'm not sure which button I pressed.
They've effectively got a plumb bob in them.
Here we go.
Those plumb bob angles are not parallel. So we can establish this just simply...
There's another one. Anyone ever heard of a plumb bob angle? I'm not too sure. I don't think I've ever heard of a plumb bob angle. I've heard of a right angle. And I've heard of a plumb bob. But as far as I know, a plumb bob isn't an angle measuring device. It just shows you where vertical is. It could show you what a perpendicular is, but I've never heard them called plumb bob angles.
All the plumb bobs I've ever purchased and that have come with any of my tool sets, they're just by themselves. Like, you just use them, to establish plumb.
Yeah, an angle. Like, it's a bit specific, isn't it? It's just a straight line as far as I know.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but all plumb bobs ever made only hang one certain way, right?
Absolutely. And
all the ones I've ever used.
As far as I know, for angles, you need at least 2 straight lines. Because that may be the plain rectilinear angle. It says that 2 straight lines meeting, but not in the same straight line. Meaning, you know, there's no angle for one straight line. You can't, if you've got a device that just does one, can't really call it an angle. But this is early days for everyone in this conversation. Rumpus will have learned by now, but we can all go over everybody else's mistakes. So we now know, thanks Rumpus, that Plumb Bob doesn't measure angles because it's only one straight line. It's just a vertical. It's handy though. If you do think it is an angle, then the only angle it could possibly be would be a right angle, and that would be perpendicular to a horizontal. Just two really intrinsic straight lines in reality.
Simply from using a theodolite and measuring, or using a plumb bob even. Two plumb bobs 600 meters apart will not be parallel.
There you go, that's a claim. Rumpus. Do you think we can test two plumb bobs 600 meters apart not being parallel?
I think so.
I do as well. We've already got the 600 meter part sorted.
I'll bet money Rakia could do it with his eyes closed.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is the thing. How do you tell that the two plumb bobs are parallel? There's only one way of doing it.
You have to eyeball him?
No. No, you have to associate them to a horizontal, to the same horizontal.
Yeah, of course. They're perpendicular at each end. They're parallel.
Yeah. Yeah, can we get Paige in? Yeah.
Yeah, but for him to show that they're not parallel, he would have to show that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for him. I mean, like, it's 600 meters.
You'd have to show that they're not perpendicular at any end.
Well, we could do that. We've got 600 meter water levels. We've got that sorted. Easy. We can do exactly what Rumpus said there. No problem. But forget about all of the other stuff that we can do when we're talking about. But I mean, I don't want to go too big on it, but I mean, that's definitely doable. So thanks, Rumpus. Opened up the possibilities of us. Rumpus says, Rumpus is one of the best Globers, and he wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. He does say, doesn't he, that Rumpus never lies and he's never been wrong. Isn't that one of Rumpus's great statements?
Yep. Since back in 1980, I believe I may have made a mistake.
Yeah. So, go on.
Well, I was thinking, you put two plumb lines on a horizontal, like 50 feet apart. We know they're going to be perpendicular to that horizontal and parallel to each other. But if they're going to say that if you put two plumb lines 100 feet apart on their model, at what height would they be 100 foot 1 inch apart? Because that angle on their model is going to open up the higher you go up. Mm-hmm. Like if it's at a slight angle, then the further you go up, the greater that distance apart they would be. So it'd be easily measured if the height was big enough. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Bicycle wheel geometry. Yeah.
I've never seen anyone actually do it, but it seems pretty easy.
It's Paige's proof as well. The difference between a geometric vertical perpendicular to the horizontal and the globe vertical like a testicle. LE vertical as in not real, vertical that's not perpendicular to the horizontal that's not associated with it. Some really weird concepts about how this goes, but that's something that is definitely doable. 600 meters, establish a horizontal, and get 2 plumb bobs, one at each end. Easy.
They'll both be vertical, though, right?
No, they won't. You have to. They'll both be vertical, but they won't be parallel.
Okay, but they will be perpendicular to a horizontal.
Well, they define the horizontal.
Okay.
At the point.
What define a horizontal?
Right. I'll say it again. When you imagine 2 plumb bobs.
Okay, like put it. Let's have a canal. Have a stretch of canal, right?
Let's see. This is brilliant.
Let's have a stretch of canal, 2 miles long, and we'll set some water levels up, right?
Okay, unfortunately,
and then,
documents.
But you can drop your plumb bobs on that horizontal surface, right?
I will. Unfortunately, my documents just decided to do an autosave, and I'm going to be stuck for 30 seconds, so I can't draw anything. Give me 30 seconds, and it will recover. Right. So I'll go back while you can see that. So you should be able to see that down and up change direction depending on where you are on the surface of the Earth. And as we define level and horizontals perpendicular to that, level and horizontal change direction wherever you are on the surface of the Earth.
There you go. That's it. That was it. One person's horizontal is another person's vertical.
I was trying to think which one you
mean. They're just different.
And there's this one as well, Bev.
Yeah.
You
all right with that, posted. Rumpus? Is there like a statement? One person's horizontal is another person's vertical.
No, they're never Well, if you look at my diagram, let's see if we can find it. If you really want to think of it like that. So this person, let's take this person.
Can you see in the live stream text?
Hold on. Well, let me just go through. I'll look at that in a second. Let me just show you. Here we go. So if we go to the top of my circle, this person who sits here. So if we put a person there, their up is in this direction, and if you go 90 degrees around here, then indeed someone's level here, 90 degrees, would in fact point in the same direction as someone else's vertical if you move 90 degrees. So what do you want me to look at in the thingy? Which thing do you want me to look at?
Can you see
taking
the one
pictures?
That one person
By Professor Bevel.
Yeah, that's me.
Says, do you teach this to children?
Yes, she's a teacher.
Yeah, okay. So as I'm showing you my diagram, my diagram shows you that at different points on the surface of the Earth, you should be able to see if you define level as being perpendicular to up and down must always point to the center of the Earth.
See, he's on about defining level. He's wanting to define level as being perpendicular to up and down. Such a weird model that ends up dictating all of this sort of stuff. Weird.
As you move around the surface of the Earth, up and down change direction, and so does level or horizontal.
Rumpus, you do realise one thing, don't you?
I realise lots of things.
There is no definition of down that states towards the centre of the Earth. No, there isn't.
Absolutely, there is.
No, there isn't.
Down. That is the definition of down.
Can you supply a definition that says that?
Okay.
I don't know whether
because
that's
I've
ever
had this
appeared
exact
yet.
argument with Wolfie, and Wolfie is he swears blind that there is a definition of down that states towards the centre of the Earth, and there is no definition.
Well, I mean,
that's DP from 2 years ago, talking about down with Wolfie. 2 years on, where are we? Talking about whether straight lines are straight, whether triangles, whether people know what triangles are, and whether they'll be formed on either side of another straight line. It's crazy. What the argument is. We've got Wally in here talking to us all the time now. There's still no other definition of down to the centre of a ball. I've never known the definition of down change when a ball comes anywhere near me. It's ridiculous to think that this concept exists anywhere other than in this argument. And what a stupid fucking argument it is. Down is every direction. If I show you a ball, it's fucking mad.
But the definition of the word does not state towards the centre of a sphere of a globe.
Look at scientific definition. Let's go and see if we can find a
Scientific
No,
definition
try the
of
dictionary
down.
definition,
Yeah, but that's
Rumpus,
what-
because you are using the word.
Yeah, and I'm talking.
No,
about
but you are using the word down.
Yeah.
Use the
I'm
dictionary.
using it in a scientific sense.
Can we
Use the dictionary
I'm
definition,
using it. I will go and
Rumpus.
get it from a scientific.
No, your pseudoscience is not science.
Don't let him get away from the vertical and the horizontal thing.
No, you'll drag him back to it, don't worry. Sorry, Ben.
Don't give him an out. We were just on it. Because I've done yours as well. I don't know whether you can see that I've on your model there. I've extended some of the horizontals for you.
Yeah.
And I've made a square there.
Yeah.
Right. So they are all on your model that you've just given us. Horizontals that are perpendicular to horizontals.
Because the horizontal changes depending on where you are on the surface of the earth.
You think that's fine? Because I thought vertical and horizontal were perpendicular.
They are at any one point on the surface of the earth.
But
they are
also horizontal is perpendicular to horizontal in your model.
Well, no, it varies. The angle of the direction of up and down varies depending on where you are on the surface
That's
of the earth.
vertical though, right?
He said it again. The angle of up and down varies
to horizontal in your model.
Well, no, it varies. The angle of the direction of up and down varies depending on where you are on the surface
That's
of the earth.
vertical though, right?
The angle of the direction of up and down varies. Means nothing at all. But he's been using it for years. Saying statements that just don't make any sense. And then not letting you say, what do you mean by that? Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Two plumb bobs, just as I said, two plumb bobs.
Yeah, verticals.
Separated. Hold on, let me just finish my sentence. Two plumb bobs will point down, but they will not be parallel if they're more than, say, 600 meters apart.
Oh, so they will. There are some parallel verticals allowed
No, I
then.
just told you they're not. No, I just told you. They're not. They're
No,
not
so there are
parallel.
no parallel verticals on your model.
Correct. Yes, actually, yes. If you would go to a resolution, immediately you moved away from even if you want to say even an inch, there's a very slight difference then in the angle of down. It's so slight you wouldn't be able to measure it with.
The angle of down. Very slight difference in the angle of down.
This is a true wizard.
Mm-hmm. What does it mean? What does anybody just have a quick scan your brain for a second and try and work out the angle of down?
Angle of down. He makes up his own terms.
Yeah. Yeah. This is definitely a video of its own, right? I'm going to have to go back and redo this one and bring it out again. It's that old.
Angle of down.
Yeah.
What is the angle of down?
Toward the centre of the earth.
What's the angle though, please?
Well, that defines. Well, it's that is a straight line that defines the starting point, your reference angle.
Yeah. Yeah, angle. What angle?
Hold on, it defines the zero. It defines zero.
A zero angle?
Well, you pick on your coordinate system, but down is defined by going to the centre of the earth, and then you measure.
No,
right
it's not.
That.
Down is not defined as set towards the centre of the earth,
Yes, it
Rumpus.
is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It is not.
Absolutely, it is.
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, though, right? Or are you allowing for vertical to be perpendicular to vertical as well?
depending on where you are on the surface of the Earth, you should see from my diagram that the angles for vertical and horizontal, I've drawn level, you can substitute the word horizontal. Those angles change depending on where you are, in absolute space, of course.
He says he's put level in, but you can substitute horizontal. Again, thrice level is horizontal from Rumpus.
This is looking at from space.
Oh, really? You're using Euclidean geometry looking from an impossible place.
Well, this is an orthographic view of the Earth, say, and there, the angle of horizontal and vertical will change.
You don't seem to understand what horizontal is, Rumpus.
I absolutely understand it. You don't.
You don't. You've got it at different angles. You can't have something that's perpendicular to itself and also perpendicular to something else.
I mean, you don't seem to be taking anything on board here. Let's try it again. The position angle of horizontal.
See, again, logic. Before even, the logic came round, that would be obvious there. You can't have a horizontal being perpendicular to vertical and also being perpendicular to itself. That's ridiculous. But Rumpus has accepted it. Go on.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It says right in the definition, right? It was number 10.
Yeah.
It's 2 straight lines. That is so important, and that's so simple. 2 straight lines.
Yep. And remember, this is like 2 years ago. First meeting with Rumpus, who's supposedly the brains behind this operation of Globe. I think he's just a mouthpiece myself.
Horizontal and vertical changes with your position on
perpendicular.
The surface. No. You see, you're talking about perpendicular again. You don't listen to what I'm telling you. The point at you wish to consider, the horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, but both of them change. They maintain their perpendicular nature, but at each point on the surface of the Earth, horizontal and vertical have different angles with respect to other points on the surface of the Earth.
Points? You keep talking about
Good morning,
points.
Bev.
Good morning.
Can I ask, would you be able to roll up Sam again? When he gets booted from the server, he loses all his roles and he can't get back into voice.
He's not been able to get into voice anyway. He's useless, worthless.
Has he been in at all, ever?
Troll. Yeah. Yeah, he's just annoying though with his constant questioning. If he's moaning to you in DMs or whatever, just ignore him, block him like everybody else does.
He has no arguments. All he has is
none of them do.
But again, once we've got this over and done with, if he wants to come in and say something in the chat, he will be able to come in. We'll roll him up.
All right.
What do you mean by a point?
The point, because where those vertical in my diagram, you will see where a vertical line crosses a horizontal.
Can you define a point for me, please?
Well, where those 2 lines cross. Well, you pick up a point. I'm sure you understand what a point means.
This is genius as well. We did the tangent thing with Rumpus, and we go over the axioms, and he's Googling.
Yeah, I had to Google it. Yeah.
This is a point.
If I go outside and I point to a particular a grain of sand on
with
the
your
surface,
finger.
So I point at a grain of sand.
What's a point? You go outside with your finger and you point at a grain of sand. I mean, globe geometry 101. The genius.
Suppose I can point at an atom.
With your finger, or are you using a laser?
Doesn't matter what I'm doing it with.
Well, it does, because that's what I'm asking you to define a point.
Well, you can pick on the resolution. If you want to decide how big a point
you're just waving your finger around.
How big do you want to find a point is? How big do you want to define the point is?
Well, I want you to define a point.
A point is a mathematically infinitely resolute. It has an infinite resolution, infinitely small. Whereas in the real world, obviously we can't do that. But let's say the
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the Euclidean definition of a point?
Okay.
In geometry.
Why not?
It is that of which has no parts.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. There's nothing to it. Yeah, fine. And you're using a point.
Yeah, it's a point in space. But to make it easier for you, let's imagine, and let's make it easier for you because you're having problems understanding. Let's imagine an atom. Let's imagine an atom.
Let's imagine an atom. How good?
Yeah. Rumpus, let's make it easier for you from that of which has no parts. Let's just imagine an atom. All right? Surely that'd be easier than that of which has no parts.
You just asked him to define the point, and he asked you how big you want it. Rumpus, jump for me. How high do you want me to jump? What's going on?
Hey, Bev, is a point horizontal or is a point vertical? And are the 2 points the same place?
I think to Rumpus, all points are both vertical and horizontal, perpendicular, in fact.
What's in all directions?
Yeah,
every degree.
Why have a line then, or a plane?
Well, I mean that's the whole point about this logic, and we're dealing with it at the minute. Explosive logic. I mean,
this is fun.
Makes anything happen. That's where Rumpus wants to take it. He's just redefining shit himself.
Their level lines are infinite points. That's all they are.
Yep, infinite points.
Teach us how to imagine that.
Let's imagine.
Do I have to close my eyes?
Let's imagine an atom. We'll call that a point.
What am I imagining it as?
Right. So imagining a little atom sitting on the
how?
surface of the Earth.
How? Rumpus, come on.
No,
you can't just say imagine it. Come on.
Yes, I can. I'm asking you to imagine a point.
Well, you have to describe it.
Yeah, I can imagine anything.
No, I don't. I want you to.
I imagine it as a huge elephant. Is that good enough?
No, it's not an atom, is it? So right. You do know what an atom is, do you?
Do I know what an atom is?
That's the question.
You tell us. You tell us what.
No, I asked you the question.
Yeah, and I said you tell us.
I asked you a question. Do you know what an atom is?
And I said, please tell us, Rumpus.
No, I know, but I'm asking you the question.
And then my reply is, Rumpus, please tell us with your massive intellect.
I asked the question to know what you know. I don't want you to ask me what I know.
Right, we're here talking about geometry, and you've gone to atoms.
Hold on. Why are you deflecting?
I'm not the one deflecting. You're the one talking about a point.
Hold on. I asked you a question, and instead of answering the question, you asked me a question. Could you please answer the question? Do you know what an atom is?
No, Rumpus. Please tell us now.
No, but I want to.
No, please tell us, Rumpus.
Hold on. I want to make sure if that's the answer to the question.
Please tell us.
I know, but I'm asking you a question, and I'm going to.
And I've just replied. Now, can you please tell us?
So your answer is you don't know what an atom is. Is that your answer?
My answer? What?
Why does this seem very familiar? It's like an Alice in Wonderland type conversation that we're obviously having loads of at the minute, where you can, if people ask you questions, you answer them. But they don't hear it. They keep asking the same question over and over
like who's
again.
On first?
Well, I don't know. First he asks you to imagine something, as in aka make some shit up, right?
Yeah.
And then he asks you, well, don't you know what it is? What?
Yeah.
Some made up shit. What if I make up something else?
You tell us, Rumpus, and he hasn't got anything himself. He never has an answer to anything. He should be the one that's willing to teach us. That's what he professes to be, the one with the massive intellect. It's funny though, he keeps doing it.
What?
I asked you a question. Do you know what an atom is? That's a yes/no answer. What is your answer? Yes,
My answer was no, Rumpus. Please tell us.
No, I just want the other bit. I don't want the other bit. I just want the yes/no bit to make sure we understand your.
Oh, Rumpus, get on with it.
No. If he just, but if he answered the question
It's
clearly,
supposed to be the smallest particle. There
right.
you go.
Now I want him to know. Who answered me then?
It doesn't matter. Okay, I'll go with what he says. All right, smallest particle.
I want to know what you know. Do you know what an atom is?
It's the smallest particle, right?
Right, excellent. So I want you to imagine that maybe on the surface of the Earth, and there.
How small is small?
Right.
Is it
go into that. No,
smaller than sand?
Yeah.
We're going to go with that. We're going to go with what the smallest particle.
Okay.
So, right.
Sand.
We want to move on. We want to move on to the geometry. Let's not get stuck on.
Right. Okay. Well, then let's go straight on to number 2 postulate number 2.
No, hold on. I'm just dealing with the horizontal level. So imagine an atom on the surface of the Earth. At that point, we're going to call that a point. It's very small.
You can have a point as nothing
point,
if you want.
There is a vertical.
The true meaning.
Vertical line from that atom to the center of the Earth that defines down. So that gives you your down, and as you just talked about an extended line, that gives us the up in the other direction, following on, going upwards, extending that line up above the atom.
Yeah, that a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line.
Exactly right. So that's our.
that point, the point of the point, is meaningless because it can be extended to any length in a straight line. So it doesn't matter how small it is, does it?
Right, so hold on. But you seem to have a problem with points. So right, at that point,
yeah, Rumpus, it's because you won't get to it. If you get to your point, then maybe it won't be such a problem.
If you didn't interrupt me, we might get faster.
Oh,
right, so at that
good
point,
grief, man.
At that point on the line, the up-down line, we can then take
that point on the line, like the indefinitely long straight line.
We can have a point on a line.
Yep.
So how much of that line is in a
how many points can you have a perpendicular on that line?
Let me finish. So at that point on the line, we then take a perpendicular.
Yeah. How many can you have on that line?
Can I finish my point, please? At that point on the line, we have a perpendicular.
So, at this point now, we know what's going on with the geometry problem. And I'm not too sure whether Rumpus does or he doesn't. It's really weird. Because Rumpus is... I don't know whether he actually knows this or he just gets away with rumpusing around it. But the trick's about to be...
He did admit he haven't really thought through the axiom, so I think it's kind of fair to say he hasn't gone over propositions or anything else either. Then, or
yeah, well, listen to this.
Horizontal. There, sorted for you.
Brilliant.
Right
now, wait a minute. No, we're still there. How many perpendiculars can you have on that line, Rumpus? Infinite. Would they be called verticals if they were on a perpendicular to a horizontal?
I've just explained that the horizontal is perpendicular. I mean, you're being willfully stupid here.
No, I'm just asking you a basic geometry question.
I told you we had a line going from the point down to the surface, down to the centre of the Earth, and then we took a perpendicular. Of course, that can be 360 degrees all the way around that line. All those at 360 degree perpendicular.
All right, that circular line. It's not very horizontal, is it?
You moron. I just explained to you it's the angle with respect to that line.
What angle?
A plane intersecting that line at that point is then a horizontal, you moron.
Is it horizontal when it's horizontal, or is it just means it's sort of touching the curve of a circle to make it horizontal?
I just told you it was horizontal.
Does it actually have to be horizontal, though?
I just told you it's horizontal, you moron.
Oh, okay. So a horizontal perpendicular to a vertical.
Yes, as I said, you moron.
So you can travel along that horizontal and drop another perpendicular on it, can't you?
Yeah, but that would then, the vertical would be different, so it would no longer be going towards the centre of the Earth.
Oh, so the vertical wouldn't be perpendicular.
I've explained to you about, I don't know, 20 times now that the vertical changes with your position, your point on the surface of the Earth. How many more times am I going to have to say that?
Yeah, because you move. If you move in wherever you are and you're holding a plumb bob, then that plumb bob will move with you, won't it?
And it would point in a different direction.
It'll point.
It'll point in a different direction if you move. Vertical.
Yeah, you asked him about dropping another perpendicular to a straight line, so he's not really answering the same question.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the point, right? You drop another perpendicular. You don't form another perpendicular or draw another perpendicular. You drop it, plumb bob. The vertical, like the terms that you use come from reality.
Yeah, you can draw a perpendicular to a line from any point off that line.
Yeah. But in reality,
Plumb bob.
Yeah, you drop a perpendicular, right? That's what it is. It's a perpendicular. It's just perpendicular. That's the relationship it has to the horizontal, i.e. level. And Rumpus is just finding out now. I think this was pre-Page's proof, but obviously formulation of it all. This is the problem that Rumpus has.
It'll point
like my diagram,
perpendicular to horizontal.
Can you not understand the simple diagram I've drawn? That as you move around the
simple
circle,
diagram you've drawn has horizontal being perpendicular to a horizontal.
I tell you what. Let's forget that's a drawing of the Earth. Let's just imagine that's a circle. You seem to think you understand something about geometry, right? So imagine that's a circle. Do you understand?
Don't need to imagine it is a circle, isn't it?
Be quiet. As I move around that circle, that the direction to the centre of the circle is going to change. Do you understand that?
You can move around that circle, can you?
Do you understand?
Can you move around that circle? Is it like a like a merry-go-round type circle that you're walking round?
Rumpus.
Hold on. Yeah, but he's being deliberately stupid.
No, I don't care. You use that word once more. I'm bored of it. Can you not come up with another word?
Yeah,
anything? Spanner. Idiot. Something. Not moron. You moron.
That's one of the reasons I'm clipping this.
No. You're the one that's not understanding basic geometry.
Forget this is a drawing of the Earth. Let's imagine it's just a circle.
You think that's a drawing of the Earth?
We're just going to call it
drawing.
Nice. That's a crayon drawing.
That's really funny saying drawing. Right, so if I have
Rumpus has been busy with his crayons
this circle I've drawn there, do you understand that as I consider a point around the circumference of that circle, that the
third postulate.
Let me finish my sentence.
And that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre.
My sentence. Right, do you understand that if I were to follow the circumference of that circle, that the angle to the centre of the circle is changing? Do you understand that?
The angle to the centre?
Yes, if I were to draw a line, the angle of that line would be different.
Sorry, where are you drawing this line? What are you talking about?
The radial lines that I've drawn in, they're all at different angles, aren't they?
Oh, right. Well, yeah, call them diameters or whatever, yeah.
You see those radials where I've marked them? They're all at different angles, aren't they?
All at different angles to each other? Yeah.
Great. So you now understand that as you move around these...
All of the different radials are at different angles. I mean, who's struggling with what an angle is here? I mean, the different radiuses would be the markers that you measure angles from and to. Like, one you'd call the center of the vertex and use different radial lines as the angle markers. But he thinks those different lines have a different angle to each other, or just a different, like a radius has an angle associated with it. There's a common theme here, and I don't know whether it still exists or not with Rumpus, but he thinks straight lines have angles. Plumb bobs have angles.
That's how they think. Take an orange, put toothpicks in it. That's how they see it.
Yeah.
Put toothpicks all around the orange, but all pointing towards the middle. That's what they see.
Yeah.
They've been telling me this for quite a while now.
Yeah, Rumpus has got an angle with a straight line, though.
Circumference, that the angle to the center of that circle
the
is
angle
a
to the
different line.
center.
The radial, that's what the radial is, from the center to the outside.
Yeah, radius.
All those angles. Hold on, let me finish. All those angles are different. Do you understand that?
Right. Yeah. See the angles. You keep calling.
All of those angles are different. He's talking about radiuses. I don't know whether they have angles. It's the mysticism of the angle.
Them angles. Can I? No, Rumpus. 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 Hey, come on. Let me stay. Come on. Right. Angles. You're saying angles. You realise, because you're saying that, and radiuses, that you need two straight lines in order to measure an angle, right? You obviously say that because you've drawn a load of radial lines, as you call them, radius, right? And then the angle is between the two straight lines, right?
Right. So that angle, you've now accepted that those
Are
lines,
angles.
all the lines that go through the center of that circle have different angles with respect to one another. And
Yes.
now that you understand that, then you should be able to understand.
Think I didn't
why
understand it
Oh,
before?
let me finish.
Yeah, so here we go again. This is another one of Rumpus's. He likes to tell you that you didn't understand something, and now that you do, he can feel superior that he's taught you about those angles that he's just decided were straight lines angles. And a typical Rumpus getting stressed.
Straight and angle.
I understood that before.
5 words into my answer.
It's like 360 degrees in a circle. If you put a line there, then you divide it, don't you?
My answer.
I understand
got
that.
5 words into a statement and you interrupted me. So just now that you've understood that, well,
I haven't just now understood, so stop.
Let me finish, then you can come back. So those lines that go through the center of the circle, they have angles with respect to one another. Similarly, you can think of that as the Earth, and then all those points on the surface of the Earth have angles.
Ooh, I still like that nice little hand wave gesture there. Poof. Think of it as the
also
Earth.
have angles with respect to one another. If you understood that simple piece of geometry, then you would understand what's going on, but clearly you either willfully won't understand it, or you're too stupid to understand it.
Are we imagining that as like the North Pole, and them all of them lines going outwards from the north?
Doesn't make any difference.
Could
It's a
call
great
it like south, away from north, could you?
Let's just concentrate on the angles here for a moment.
Is that like a down view, right? Yeah? It's a down view,
Well,
and we can imagine... It's like a clock face, right?
Yes.
And them are like the hand, minute and hour hands.
Childish analogy, I don't know. If you want to think this is a cross-section of the where the North Pole is the top and South Pole is the bottom, okay. We can do that.
I'm looking at it as though it's a circle, because that's what it is, right?
Yes,
And they're all just pieces of pies, right?
Yes.
With different angles in between them. And you can measure them angles, can't you?
Angles, yes, well done, you got it.
Yeah.
Different angles, well done.
How is this drawn on a bit of paper related to?
Yeah, what's...
I don't get that.
Okay, right. So do you? Right. So entirely weird, or was it Emma? Or
So that shows.
Hold on. I'm answering Emma's question, please. Right. So do you understand?
Yeah, Bev. Jeez, Bev.
Yeah, jeez, Bev.
Right. So there we
Get
go.
ready for a full explanation.
I've just demonstrated how.
Do you think Rumpus thinks that people only want to hear his voice today?
Right. So here we go. So I've just demonstrated on a circle, just using nothing more than a circle, how the angle.
Yeah, but is that what we live on?
I know you
Do
like
we live on a
interrupting,
circle?
You're being a prat. Stop interrupting. Have some manners.
Do we live on a circle?
No, we live on a sphere. This is a cross section through a
sphere.
Oh, we live on a sphere.
Right, so Emma, I'm trying to give you a little. Let me just finish.
How do you draw a sphere on a piece of paper?
Let me just finish my sentence, please. Right. So I've just shown you how on a circle, how the angle of the radial changes dependent on your position on the edge of the circle, depending on your position on the circumference.
No.
Now,
It's not
in a
your
sphere,
position on the edge of a
sphere,
circle.
sphere,
Come on. It's a circle.
Let me finish,
Don't
let
put
me
yourself on the edge of it, Rumpus.
This is a cross section of a sphere. Do you not understand it? Do you understand what a cross section is?
Right, okay. It's just a sphere, a geometric sphere.
Hang on. You said
what a cross section is?
you said you can think of it as a cross section if you like, because you didn't start off by saying that. So what is it? It's a circle on a piece of paper with some lines and angles drawn on it.
Which is what you will see as a cross.
Okay, so we live on a flat piece of paper, which someone's drawn a circle on with loads of lines. Genius.
You know damn well that.
Did you call me a twat?
I did indeed.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
You deliberately misunderstood me then, and I don't know whether you did that.
Oh, deliberately misunderstood.
Utter moron.
You willfully did that. You know full well,
Such a
but just because
gentleman.
you know what a cross section is, you know that that's a cross section through a 3D thing.
What? It's just a circle, Rumpus. Come on.
To then say to me that represents a flat thing means you're either very stupid or you're willfully misunderstanding me. Either way,
It is a flat piece of paper. It's a drawing.
cross section. Do you understand you can have cross sections through 3D things?
It's a drawing before. You said it was a
Do
drawing.
you understand you can have cross sections through 3D things?
Right, is it a circle, Rumpus?
Hold on, I want to hear. I'd like her to answer, please. Do you understand you can have a cross section through a 3D object?
I do, but it would be
Excellent.
awesome
Right, excellent.
if you'd have said that
ahead
at the
then,
beginning
go ahead,
and not changed it when you're questioning on
Bev.
it. Oh, well, it's now cross section.
So
That's
yes,
fine.
I've answered that. So now you understand that it's a cross section. Good. So we're sorted. So what was your question then?
It's only taken you about an hour to say that.
Now that you understand that everybody doesn't want to listen to you all the time, and now that you understand that that is just a circle, right? And now that you understand that you're not going to imagine standing on the side of a circle or telling us we're standing on the side of a circle.
The principle of the circle there works on a sphere as a cross section.
A geometric sphere.
What other sort of sphere is there, you idiot?
Okay, well, that's fine. Brilliant.
Is that what we live on?
Oi, Rumpus, calm
geometric
down with the
sphere.
ad homs.
Yeah, but I mean, he makes stupid comments like a geometric sphere.
Calm down with the ad homs, Rumpus.
Yeah, but
if
he's
you
a
can't,
moron.
if you can't
Yeah, but-
make your
but
point
you can
without
tell he's
making an
deliberately
ad
trying
hom,
to nip
DP,
himself out.
shut
DP, don't worry
If you're
about
not
it.
going to be honest in your questions, and I'm just going to call you a moron. You can at least
Honest?
Obnoxious git.
Honest.
You don't like
Honest
being
is
called
the
out.
posh twat who
You don't
then
like being
all he
called
does
out.
is ad hom people.
You think
You
you're
wouldn't
being
get along with
clever.
the real posh people, do you? They'd kick your ass.
I appreciate you're just trying to be. You think you're being terrible.
Actually be letting the side down, swearing like this and calling people names.
I realise that
Moron,
you're
an
deliberately
idiot.
misinterpreting what I'm saying because you think it's a bit of fun. But I'm
No.
afraid that's making you look like an idiot. You're not making any coherent answer. I don't know whether that's because you can't or because the only thing you've got is a willful misunderstanding of what I'm telling you. You either don't understand geometry at
You're
all.
telling
or
us.
you're
What the
wrong.
hell are you telling us?
I love your
He
opinion.
thinks he's come here to
Rumpus.
give us education, Bev.
I love your
Yes,
opinion.
I mean, you think you. I mean, obviously, Bev, you think it's clever just to willfully misinterpret what people are telling you. It's not.
I think you might be my favourite Glober at the moment.
You're misrepresenting geometry, Rumpus. That's terrible.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Do you think a
Excuse
circle is
me.
not a cross section of a sphere, then, Bev?
Go on, Spot on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hello,
Hold on.
Rumpus.
You just told me I was misrepresenting geometry. So you don't think then a circle is a cross section of a sphere? Is that correct?
Who said that?
You were denying that this represents a cross section.
I said it's a circle, isn't it?
Which is a cross section of a sphere, isn't it?
Oh, God. It's
Well,
a
according to you,
circle, you
in your-
muppet.
Your imagination, Rumpus.
Should we take the horizontal and the level to the canal? That might be a better place
Well,
to go.
yeah.
Are you disputing that a cross section of a sphere?
Let's deal in
Right, Rumpus is getting a bit boring now, but his argument is that a circle isn't a cross section of a sphere. Like, what a stupid fucking argument for somebody to sort of, like, if that's where Rumpus is going, it's pretty obvious he's on his way out. He's getting stuck on whether a circle's a cross section, and that's the argument that he's willing to go with.
Reality now.
Yeah, let's go to the canal.
Let's come back to reality.
Answer the question. Is a circle a cross section of a sphere?
Of course it is, you.
Excellent. So then stop disputing.
Right, let's go in reality, right? Let's go in reality.
Donut.
Right?
Fucking idiot, Rumpus.
Can you do anything that doesn't involve a paper? Have you got any real world stuff?
Yeah,
you know,
well,
like
that's where we're
reality?
going to go now, because he knows a bit about surveying, don't you, Rumpus?
He has a problem with the principle, so I'm explaining this to him.
Yeah, well, we've already sorted out perpendiculars, so you know what a perpendicular is.
Not difficult, Rumpus.
And it varies, just like the direction to the radial of the...
A perpendicular varies.
The angle of it, yes, is radial.
The angle of a perpendicular, 90 degrees, varies to what?
See, Rumpus is off his cake. I mean, I don't know. I'll go over that again. He just says stuff and expects to get away with it. And it's pretty obvious why Rumpus now reacts like he does when he comes here. Because he can't have a proper conversation. You can't ever ask Rumpus about the stuff he says, because he obviously says stuff fucking wrong. Stupid stuff. Whether I got that back.
The perpendiculars to those radials will change position.
Radials?
I mean, you can't be this stupid. I mean, an 11-year-old could understand what I
Perpendicular is two straight lines. Where's radial mentioned? Do you want me to get you the... I can get you the actual definition.
In my diagram, you can see the word radials there.
There we go.
Nah.
Right?
Fucking idiot, Rumpus.
Can you do anything that doesn't involve a paper? Have you got any real world stuff?
Yeah,
you know,
well,
like
that's where we're
reality?
going to go now, because he knows a bit about surveying, don't you, Rumpus?
He has a problem with the principle, so I'm explaining this to him.
Yeah, well, we've already sorted out perpendiculars, so you know what a perpendicular is.
Not difficult, Rumpus.
And it varies, just like the direction to the radial of the...
A perpendicular varies.
The angle of it, yes, is radial.
The angle of a perpendicular, 90 degrees, varies to what?
The perpendiculars to those radials will change position.
Radials?
I mean, you can't be this stupid. I mean, an 11-year-old could understand what I
Perpendicular is two straight lines. Where's radial mentioned? Do you want me to get you the... I can get you the actual definition.
In my diagram, you can see the word radials there.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I'm going to give you now the Euclidean definition.
Or
definition
Bev was right now as well.
And at each point on the surface, there is a perpendicular between the radial and the...
Definition number 10, book 1, Euclid's Elements, Euclidean Geometry. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it.
Do all those radials that I've drawn and the levels, are they
I didn't hear radial mentioned once there in that perpendicular.
It's the down. I was trying to make it easier for you. It's the down angle. Do you see my...
Are you rewriting Euclid?
Can you see...
Rumpus is rewriting Euclid, right? Where should we add it in?
Can you see...
Whereabouts on definition 10, Rumpus?
Bev, he wants us to look at his perpendiculars.
Oh, has he got some good perpendiculars?
Apparently so, but they're on the same piece of paper, aren't they?
Crossing with level. Can you see they're all perpendicular to one another?
What? Which ones?
Right, all those things on the surface where I've drawn up and down.
You can extend a straight, a terminated straight line indefinitely.
Perpendicular. Can you see that? Every one of those is perpendicular, you moron.
You realise that geometry, right, proves things. So that means geometry disproves things. This picture that you were done is disproved by perpendiculars. You moron.
They're all perpendicular.
Yeah, you're meant to be really clever, aren't you?
See, that's genius. This picture that Rumpus has been touting around for 2+ years is easily disproved by the word perpendicular, as is the model. 2 simple straight lines. I guess they couldn't mess about with that, but I mean, isn't it a weird sounding definition? They sound different than all of the others. Perpendicular. 2 straight lines. Who'd have thunk it?
They're not all perpendicular to one another.
They're not all perpendicular to one another. You can't even know what you're saying. You moron.
At the point on the surface, that I've drawn a perpendicular, I've drawn a vertical, and I've drawn a horizontal.
You don't even know what a point is, Rumpus.
I have demonstrated. We've been into that. Let's not get confused. I know you're confused. At that point on the surface of a circle, on the edge of a circle, and on the edge of a sphere, the perpendicular there between the horizontal and the vertical is drawn and illustrated. Now, either you're denying that, or you're too stupid, or I don't know. One of the.
Do you want me to read the definition out again, or what?
I think you ought to, but he won't give you any mic space, will he? He just wants to rumpus over the top. Will you? Can you just be quiet while he reads the definition?
I agree with the definition. We're not getting anywhere with that definition. I agree with it. And
what do you mean you're not getting? It is the definition. How can you not get anywhere with the definition? Well, just let Bev read it. Rumpus, can you shut the fuck up a minute?
Smith, my diagram has got that.
You fucking idiot.
Smith,
just let Bev.
I have got that. Smith, in the diagram, I've got exactly that. My radials and my levels cross at a perpendicular. Do you not
Have I
see
got
that?
to mute you? Have I got to mute you so Bev can read his definition?
Right, but do you see that?
Let Bev read his definition.
Right,
Bev, read your definition.
I've got that.
Rumpus, shut up. Let Bev read his definition.
You're obviously not interested in discussion, so I think I'll go anyway.
Oh, right.
Bev, read
hey, he's gone.
He's gone.
Perpendiculars, they fucking hate it.
Oh, dear.
Absolutely. What about you, Mark? Are you going to back Rumpus up?
He doesn't like the gravity definition either.
Oh, dear. Bye, Rumpus.
By the way, I mean, he started off by calling Bev a moron, like for about 12 times in a row. So I jumped in and just, will you stop using moron? And then I got...
You're breaking up there, Emma.
Joy.
That was hilarious.
Well, anyone want to final?
Right, there you go. How do you reckon to that? There you go. What are we on there? Oop. Back to the Discord.
That was good.
Oh, we'll take the live bit off. Yeah, I don't know what the... maybe may have been some choppy bits for you guys over there in on YouTube. I'll close that window as well.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I've got a couple of drop frame rates, so might have been a bit bad. So, that was our first ever encounter with Rumpus. I think we did quite well, to be honest. I think, looking back at it, we sounded quite professional. We did quite well, and it's pretty obvious why Rumpus is like Rumpus is, because it's a pretty tough argument to take on, this parallel postulate and the geometry argument with a model. So has he come back in, or there's nobody? I'd see. There's the other thing we've learned. None of the Globers support Rumpus. He's on his own, which is very strange because he's one of the leading voices of the Globe, yet nobody wants to stick up for him because he says some stupid shit. No self-respect.
Well, he could come in now if he wants, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, if he's and Sam as well. Has Sam been? Is he wanting to come in, or was he just going to cry about being useless, asking the same question without any?
Yeah, see, I'm happy to have a conversation with him. He just keeps ignoring Mobius.
Yeah. Yeah, Paige has said she wants to talk to you. I think he's a worthless piece of shite, so I don't care. I've had him blocked for quite a bit. But, I mean, it is a hump day. If anybody wants to come in and talk about specifically, because it is Triangle Axiom Week, anybody wants to let us know if anybody has a problem with the Triangle Axiom, and I would like to apologise.
Completely correct in everything I said in that video. It's an excellent demonstration of you being obnoxious and me trying to educate you, and you willfully misunderstanding. It's quite impressive, actually.
The plumb bobs inside
still haven't learnt anything.
Theodolites, is that one okay?
Yeah, and did you not remember what George? Do you remember George explaining to you about 6 months ago how a theodolite acts as an auto level? And you didn't understand, and he had to show you. He had to show you and give you instructions as to how a theodolite can be an auto level, and you didn't know that a theodolite could act like an auto level because you didn't know it had a compensator, and I had to explain to you because you didn't understand what a compensator was, that they act like little plumb bobs. I had to use baby language with you because you're a moron and you willfully misunderstand stuff, just as you've done again today.
Okay. Yeah. There's no little plumb bobs in it.
Oh, I can't actually show you anything. You still haven't provided me with an ability to show you diagrams.
I know, yeah, my lad.
So I'm gonna have to go then. I can't. What is name? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if your objective is if your objective is to make me not be here, then you've achieved it with that role change. You can, if you don't want me to be here, you change the role to that, leave it with that, and I won't come back.
Yeah. All right, then.
Just bear in mind all the diagrams. All the diagrams I showed you in that video you've just seen are absolutely correct, and you still don't understand that the definition of horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and vertical changes with your position on the Earth, and there is a different angle with respect. There's every point on the surface of the Earth, every time you move just even an inch, that the vertical angle to the other vertical line you had is different, and you don't understand this. And
the angle between the verticals.
Yes, the two verticals are not parallel. There is an angle between them, and apparently you don't understand this.
So that's the angle between the vertical and the vertical. We call that the vertical angle.
The verticals are not parallel. They go to the centre of the Earth, as I described in that video. And they are not parallel, therefore there's an angle between them. How can you not understand? I mean, I still haven't worked out whether you are terminally stupid or you're willfully misunderstanding.
Vertical angles, I like it.
Straight line.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, see, Montreal seems to understand this. Montreal's got to grip on this.
We understand what you're saying.
No, he doesn't.
Does that mean there's a perpendicular angle for the horizontals as too?
We just disputed, Rumpus. We disputed. It's not that we don't understand it.
No, he doesn't understand. He keeps on feigning shock at being.
Is there?
I believe that you understand this. I heard you make a comment earlier in which you showed that you didn't understand.
Is there a horizontal angle like there's a vertical angle?
I didn't hear that. Anyway, you still haven't changed my role. You still haven't changed my role, and I can't.
I don't have the ability to, Rumpus. I know. I'm not.
I don't believe that. You're telling me you do not have the ability to change the role such that I can show you diagrams?
Yeah, that's true.
Who does?
My lad. He'll be at work. Do you want to see whether we can get a special role for Rumpus? Is that what you're after?
I champion that cause. Special role for Rumpus.
At the very least, as BT Verify, you should be able to post images in the chat. Maybe not live
Why
diagrams.
do we want to see his diagrams
He
anyway?
can post the images in the chat.
Seen them
Post an image, Rumpus. Yeah, post an image.
No, I can't then point
Yes,
at
he
things.
can. Emerald,
And I
yes, he
can't
can.
edit
He
them.
can do that.
No, I cannot edit things.
What
and
he
point at
wants
things.
is to be able to... What do you want, Rumpus? You can post
Illustrate
pictures
the point,
in the
because
live
I can
chat,
explain
can't
things.
you?
Just as I tried to explain to SE Montreal the other night.
You can
I
explain
was unable to do
pictures in the
so
live
about
chat,
the difference
Rumpus.
between hump and drop, and I couldn't do so without being able to illustrate it because you've censored my ability to show you
Rumpus,
diagrams.
you can post pictures
No, I
in
cannot
the live
point at things.
chat.
It is
You can
not
point
as
at
good.
them,
There's
yeah.
no reason. There is no
Yes,
reason
that
to not allow me to illustrate things. And if
It's
you want me
as
not to
good,
be
but it's
here,
better than nothing. And
if
you're
you
being
want me
honest
not
about
to
being
be
able to
here,
update
then
your
this will be a way of achieving that effect. So if that's what your objective, that's what you will get.
See you later,
Okay,
Rumpus.
right. Okay, if that's what you want.
See ya.
Okay, if that's what you want.
Bye.
Okay, if that's what you want, then I will. I will go. But
Goodbye.
just leave you. Just leave you that the Montreal diagram is correct, and everything I said in that video is correct, and you don't understand
Rumpus.
Been whinging for
how
5 minutes
you
about
don't
Crying, Rumpus.
understand.
Use my diagram and explain what you want to say. Stop
you
crying.
later, Rumpus.
No, you hang up first.
Use my diagram.
No, you hang up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he,
If you don't want me here, I'm just going to stay here and moan like a little
You
bitch.
hang up.
you do seem to be capable of taking
Who's
on
gonna
board.
hang
You're
up?
not
You
being
hang up.
willfully. You're not being willfully misunderstanding.
Oh,
No,
come
you
on,
hang up.
Rumpus.
And
Grow
DP,
up.
So,
Like, go on, get
at
gone.
least you're trying.
Go on, say see you later, people. I'll not bother coming back again. Off I'm going. See ya.
Bye.
Right, so yep.
Yep, see you later.
The effect you want. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
That's fine.
Bye.
See ya. Thank you very much.
You hang up first.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's good. If that's all we needed to do was to tell him that he can't show videos in the live stream and overpower everybody, then that's the end of Rumpus. Thank you very much.
That's a bit
Excellent work.
childish there, Rumpus.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Besides, he agreed with my diagram. I don't get it.
Yeah. Emma says, expose the trick. Now, what Rumpus does, because he knows that on Discord, what you do is, when you share your screen, like Rumpus wants to be able to do, there's a thing that called priority speaker. And what happens is, you become priority speaker, and everybody else gets their volume lowered, and you become the priority speaker. So that's what Rumpus wants to do. That's why Rumpus wants to act like that. So Rumpus can be the center of attention, like Emma says, the show pony. Because that's all Rumpus comes in for. He doesn't come in to give everybody any information. Like I said at the beginning, he just makes the globe look bad. Emerald was trying to tell him, like, you can still post pictures. Fuck's sake, Rumpus, what are you doing?
Yeah, and he could have pointed to each thing and explained, you know, oh, this line here or the line there, and this does this and this does that with a static picture. But he knows fine well he needs to be able to cut the volume of anybody who's trying to interrupt to point out a fallacy or a mistake or whatever. He needs to be able to just stop them from being heard. So that's why he needs to be able to share.
Yeah. Time's up, Rumpus. You've been exposed. We know your tricks. And yeah, you're right. We don't want you here. You're useless. You've said all of the stupid shit that you're going to say, and you've tried to get out of it enough times.
Yeah, we've been trying to kick you out for years. You keep coming back.
And we obviously know now that Rumpus knows nothing. I mean, anything that Rumpus says is likely to be just like an ad hom, a put down, or to try and ridicule you for no reason, just to deflect,
or something that he read on Wikipedia.
Just Like, literally, just reading it at that minute, because he doesn't research any of this stuff. There's nothing you can do to get around any of this Euclidean stuff. It's all just wrote down in a book, as it is. It's never going to change. So, good riddance, Rumpus. I've had enough, personally. But, I mean, it comes in handy to expose some of the tricks that these people play. Rumpus has had nothing. He never has. We've got another video that I'm going to go over. This one's going to get recut and put out again with some of the stupid shit that he's put in here. Probably make a nice Buster song.
Can I change the subject just for a second?
Go on.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but did you guys know that Mark Sargent lost his channel for a while and just got it back?
No. What for?
Oh. I don't know, but he lost his channel. He just got it back. I didn't even know he was still having his show. He still has his show every Tuesday night. I didn't even know. I thought it was gone, but he just posted his newest episode today. It's current.
I don't know. People getting their channels back.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though. It was a good episode.
Right.
Who was that? I missed who Rob was talking about.
Mark Sargent.
Uh-huh.
Him.
The father of the flat earth.
The what? The head honcho. Top FES man.
Nah, people just call him the father of flat earth. It's stupid.
Is he the OG, is he?
I don't know. I'm an OG. I just realized he's had that channel for like 7 years, and I remember watching one of his first videos. Fucking crazy. It's been that long.
You've been OG. Anybody been in this arena longer than Rob? Where's God's Scalpel? He'll be in. If he's listening. Might be a battling. Who's the OG? OG.
Who's the OGist of the OGs? The OG off.
I think I remember username about shows when I turned up. He was only, around the 50 mark, but I think Rob was already there already.
Yeah, well, I've been married for almost 5 years, and I was a flat earther before I was married. And I even told my wife that I was a flat earther before we got married.
Wow. She still had you.
Still married to me.
Yeah.
Fucking right. Love that woman.
Well, we accept all types of earthers round here, no matter what label you want to put in front of your E.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hashtag thanks, Bev.
You can worship Big E at any shape you want round here. We're all for that. Open model lists.
Can I unclump the hump and still be accepted?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want to see more of those unclamped humps. The unclamped elevation profiles. We want to see plenty of those. I do, anyway. I think they're brilliant. I don't know how many we're going to get to do that, though. Only a brave man can draw an unclamped hump elevation profile and then claim it not to be a hump. See that hump? It's not a hump. We don't call it hump anymore. We call it unclamped elevation profiles. Yeah, that was good to hear Emma as well shout, "Rumpus!" We're on about trying to get some of these little a little bot for in the Discord, so we can do the thing. Luckily, nobody's been messing about with it. Oh, Balanced Truths is in the. Let me get that. Sean Hawkins thinks that me, I'm Balanced Truths. Me and you, Balanced Truths, apparently. Let me go and get that. He put it in Nips. There you go. This is Sean Hawkins. And he thinks he put thanks for proving that you are Balanced Truths. Apparently, I don't know, by posting one of the videos that we did here, Sean Hawkins thinks I'm Balanced Truths. So shout out, Balanced Truths. We're the same person, apparently, at least in the mind of Sean Hawkins. So have fun with that.
But we all know Sean's completely mental.
Yeah. Obviously. But, I mean, imagine the power you could have with that. If Sean Hawkins thinking that you're somebody else. That I'd have a laugh with that.
No, how long were we one and the same person?
Well, we've always been the same person. We still are the same person. Everybody here is the same person. We're all.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay, Bev. I thought you were Sleeping Warrior with a voice changer when I first heard you, because you guys talk similar.
You think?
I think it's just that England accent, but you guys sounded so similar, just like with a little bit of pitch change. Oh, maybe that's racist.
Voicist. So, does anybody want to go over the, let's say, the triangle axiom? Or any of the problems or anything that involved in it? Because
hey, isn't that a parallel postulate?
The triangle axiom.
Yeah, isn't that what they say?
Some may call it that.
Defenders.
Yeah. We call it the triangle axiom because it just fits better. It's about a triangle.
So Rumpus knows, because he said that they tried to get rid of it, but they had to put it back in.
Yeah, that was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, it kind of implies that there's some intermediary period where it was gone, and they just had some tinkering around and realized, oh shit, we better plug that hole real quick.
Yeah, I think they messed about with it for a period of time. They got people to work a way around the messing about with it that they did. That caused people to think in a different way. And then once they'd served their purpose of non-Euclidean geometry, they quickly fixed the gap within Euclid and went, shit, quick, hide that. And now we're back in the position where Euclid's been fixed. Everything looks all hunky-dory and it is the logical system that it is. But there was that period of time where something else creeped in. And that's been like, I think that's had a birth of its own now, hasn't it? You know, it's been given free rein as a completely separate system. And that, in turn, has led to people not having a clue what's going on.
To say the least.
Nothing's real anymore, but Euclid's still there, showing everybody that it is real. You wanna prove?
That's why they had to change it.
Do they have to change it?
They had to, yeah.
Well, yeah, to fit to make the geometry for the globe, for sure they had to. But is that the reason they all went into it, do you think? Trying to change it, I mean, remove it in the first place, to try and fit the globe model in there. Or was that a consequence? Is the globe model No, it has to come first, right? The conceptual globe.
The idea of the globe has to come, doesn't it? Because that's what they're building it around, I guess. The globe, conceptual globe, has to be there, ready and waiting.
Yeah, definitely. A hyperbolic doesn't give you a globe.
No.
Spherical geometry doesn't give you a globe.
Yeah,
it was okay until the globe came in, because then they had to envision horizontal, vertical, and parallel. That had to be changed because that doesn't work on a globe.
Anything and everything for the globe.
Everything goes through the globe filter. Once you understand that, you'll understand how they think. Just envision any question that is put forth, and then envision a globe, and that's how they're going to answer it.
Well, I think as well, there's all they need is one shadow giant of the past for them to point at and go, there's the solution to that. He did it. And you go, he did what? And they'll go, he did it. They don't even know what they did or the purpose of them doing it, as long as they've been told, shadow giant over there, he did it. I'm standing on his shoulders.
Yeah, but according to Rumpus, Rumpus told you what they did. They removed it. That's what they did. That was the solution. That was the fix to the problem, as they call it now.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that's what they did, right? They didn't remove it, though. They very cleverly said, well, perhaps he didn't mean that. Perhaps he meant this. And this is what he was really trying to say. So they just wrote that with that other, 2 lines being parallel. Or something, one line being... And we're going to have to go and find all of that stuff, right? All of the old...
There's many different ones.
Yeah.
I think what the goal was they wanted to show that the 5th postulate could be proven from the other 4. Because it's...
Why?
Compared to the other 4, it's kind of, it's a lot longer. It's a lot more, it's strange compared to the other 4. So they thought...
That was their excuse, yeah.
But why would they?
Maybe there's just some complicated theorem that combines the first 4 postulates in such a way that you can prove the 5th.
Why though?
They couldn't. Just because having fewer axioms makes the fewer your assumptions are to have the same set of theorems, it makes it sort of a stronger system.
Well,
you don't have to assume as much.
We went over that as well. Have you heard of the 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space axiom? Because, it's not within the 5, but it is an axiom. In my book, at least.
Where was that introduced, though? I've seen resources that state that just the 5 were the 5 postulates were stated at the beginning of, say, book 1. Was that one introduced by Euclid in his books, or was that sort of introduced afterward?
It's in the Vatican's copy, according to Betty.
Yeah, it's in the oldest one that they can find. Yeah, the 2 straight lines are definitely in that. But Betty said that they're, that's covered by the fact that you can draw a straight line between 2 points. Somehow. Proved with that you can have one straight line can prove that 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space.
It might. I guess, if it could be proven from the other axioms, then it wouldn't really need to be an axiom anymore.
So you think they could prove that one? Is that perhaps why they got rid of the other one then? Because they could prove it?
If you could prove that 2 lines can't enclose a space from the other axioms, then there'd be no reason to keep that as an axiom anymore. It would just be.
There's never been a discussion about proving. There's never been a discussion about proving them from the other axioms. Keep in mind that there are definitions as well, at least 35, possibly more.
Yeah, and you don't have to prove the second axiom from the one that goes before it, do you? Because then you get stuck.
Right. Yeah. You generally don't prove
the first
the
axiom,
just period.
From 0 axiom. Yeah, I mean they're axiomatic. That's why they're called axioms.
Right. So what they were trying to do is see if there was a way you could turn the 5th axiom or the 12th axiom into a proposition based on fewer axioms, and they found that they couldn't, and so that's why it remains as an axiom now.
Yeah. It's axiomatic.
And as a consequence of finding out that it's independent of the other 4, that's where they sort of constructed.
They're all independent.
They're all
geometries that don't include the.
They're all independent. What's that?
All the axioms are independent of each other.
Right.
Or stand on their own.
Right.
So, do you have a problem with the triangle axiom?
No. I mean, if I did but definitionally, I would have a problem with Euclidean geometry because it's sort of the linchpin for that.
You think that axiom is the linchpin for the entire geometry, but they were deciding whether they needed it or not?
Well, to distinguish it from other geometries. Like if you throw out the triangle axiom, as y'all are calling it, then you don't necessarily get Euclidean geometry. Other geometries.
What about definition 35, which is also known as definition 23? You do know definition 23 that is sometimes known as definition 35, right?
Could you read it out? I don't know them by number.
You don't remember it. You seem to be speaking on this as someone who understands this deeply and is trying to teach us
understand the
something.
principles. I won't say I've gone through and mapped numbers to ideas yet.
Okay, so you're familiar with the definition of parallel? Definition of parallel lines?
I believe that's the construction where two lines that intersect another line such that they're angles on the side of the same.
That's an axiom.
Okay.
That's an axiom. Are you familiar with the definition?
I have an intuition, but I don't know what Euclid sort of formally defined it as in his sense. Could you remind me?
Wow.
If I'm driving, can you just read the words out? I want to make it exact. It's definite or definition 35, depending on the book. It should be under my
straight
name.
Lines which, being in the same plane and being produced indefinitely in both directions, do not meet another in either direction. Okay.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the definition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you know about Euclidean geometry and the way it's set up?
Yeah, roughly.
And the definitions come first.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you say you can only for the strange rule that you've set, or you think that somebody set, that you have to prove an axiom from other axioms for some strange reason.
Oh, no, you don't have to. The thing is, they were trying to see if they could, and they found that they couldn't. They knew, I think, that the first 4 axioms were independent. The question
but you
was,
realize you can
and the answer is yes,
use the definitions as well, right? Because the definitions come before the axioms, and postulates.
Yeah, you can use the definitions. It's
Right,
just
so
in the
you
case of-
think, because have you studied the fifth, or the triangle axiom?
I mean, I've looked into it a bit. I don't know what threshold counts as studying, but I'm aware of it.
So you know what it says and what it means?
Yeah.
Right, so if it says, I say, to quite simplify it, it says that the triangle will be formed on either side of the straight line when two lines crossing it. Right?
Is that your reading of the definition or of the 12th axiom?
Yeah, the 12th axiom. It says on which side of the straight line the triangle will be formed.
Right, it's the side where the two angles are less than two right angles.
Yeah, that is the side that the triangle will be formed on, right? Where those two lines meet.
Yeah.
Right, so what do you think there could be a problem with that? And why they were deciding why they could prove it? I mean, you get the definition of perpendicular, so that's the two right angles. You get the definition of parallel, and you get the definition of a triangle. So you've got three straight lines, you've got perpendiculars.
It's not so much that there was a problem with the axiom per se. Like they were willing to take it as a given that the statement is true. The question is whether you just have to assume it's true by making it an axiom, or if you could use the other four axioms and propositions, therefore, to just make this statement a proposition and not an axiom.
Why?
And definitions.
I mean, generally in a logical system, you want as few assumptions or axioms that give you the strongest statements. So if you could make this a proposition, it would mean that you only have to keep track of four axioms rather than having to include this as a fifth.
What?
Like, I mean, you could imagine making all of the
Oh, come on. This is the foundations of mathematics. Them being able to count to fucking 5. I mean, they've got rid of all of the other ones. So we've got 12 axioms and 3 postulates. So that's me in my book. I've got 15. I can easily handle all 15 of those as being a foundation.
It's not a handling thing. Like it's okay to have 5. It's just if you wanted to optimize for, the fewest axioms that give you.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, what is that about? Wanting to
try to not waste
away
paper
at,
or ink?
Well, no, it's not about. It's just that with fewer axioms, you have fewer sort of base assumptions. Like you build the foundation on fewer primitives.
Are they assumptions though, really?
Well, they're taken as true without proof. So they're it's like
they're taken as true because they're self-evident.
Right. Like the goal is,
and they are the
foundations
of the proofs that you're going to build.
Right. So if you can
you
give
have
yourself
proof without logic.
The idea is you can think of the axioms as like building blocks that you can combine in ways to build proofs, right? You start from the axioms and they're sort of your foundation, and you can combine them with your definitions to give you bigger and bigger like statements, like all the propositions.
Cool, but we're not talking about what they're used for, though. We're talking about the axioms themselves. Could you have proof without logic?
I mean, in a colloquial sense, I guess. I mean, you wouldn't have a logical proof without logic. But what I'm getting at is just like a motivation for why you might want to try to optimize for the fewest number of axioms. And it's just so that you can build the same statements out of fewer building blocks. It just simplifies the construction. You don't have to. Like, it's totally fine to have more axioms. You could make all the propositions in elements axioms, and you would still have Euclidean geometry.
What would be a proof without logic?
I mean, only in the colloquial sense, I would say. Yeah, like,
what do you mean
like,
by that? A proof without logic?
I mean, proof in the sense of, say, a legal situation might just be beyond a reasonable doubt, where maybe the statement isn't shown to be certain, but at the very least, any suspicion is possibly in some way. Like maybe it's less than 100th of the time that you're wrong.
So that's not a proof. That's circumstantial evidence at best.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean. Like,
before we go too far, can I
just
mention the fact that you said you could make all of the propositions axioms?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the propositions are logical statements that then go on to be proved. They're either theorems or, you know. So you can't just make those axioms.
I mean, you could.
They are the proofs.
They can be proven, but if you throw those in as axioms into your system, it is the same system. It stays consistent.
Okay, so within that theory that you've just said there, we could throw the entire book of Euclidean geometry as an axiom, because it is just a system of those things. Everything is proved. So we could just say that's an axiom, therefore that proves itself. No globe, right?
Well, I should be more careful.
Just that easy, right? That's how easy it is to do within mathematics.
Like,
yeah, I know.
Phrase this. Like, if you add a proposition that is proven from the axioms as another axiom, now you have like a different system. You have a different set of axioms, but the number of theorems you can prove from it and what theorems are is the same as in the original system.
I think we have a different idea of what an axiom
the point
is.
It doesn't change what's true and what's false in the geometry.
You can't change what's true and what's false, especially when you start off with self-evident truths as axioms.
Yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to go into proof, because an axiom is a self-consistent logical truth. You can look at an axiom and see if it is logically sound and valid or not, in and of itself, independently of any other axiom.
And the proof, right? You have to understand the propositions and the way the proofs are formulated to understand that the axioms are self-evident. They do not require a proof to prove it. They're self-evident.
Yeah, I agree with that. The axioms aren't proven. You use them to prove other things.
Well, they're self-evident proofs that shouldn't require proving. Like, two straight lines cannot enclose a space. It shouldn't need proving, because you can't really prove a negative, right? Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. How do you prove a negative? It's probably one of the best examples of what an axiom is.
I mean, you could prove by contradiction. Like, there are ways to prove negative statements. It's just, generally, they're non-constructive.
Like, there is no elephant in this container outside.
Right. Like, if you placed bounds, like, and said, you know, an elephant has the property that it, you know, I don't know, is opaque. And then I look everywhere in the box and say, nothing in here is opaque. Then by contradiction, I've excluded it.
That's a vacuous truth, man.
Right. It's an example. If you assume the opposite and derive contradiction, then that shows that your assumption's wrong. So proofs by contradiction can be used to prove negative statements. They're just, you have to know exactly.
Proofs by contradiction.
Yeah. Have y'all not heard of proofs by contradiction?
No, we're brand new at that. Does anything that you've heard give you the inclination that we haven't heard of that? I mean, I don't know why.
Hang on, Dave. Can he give us an example, please? Because I've never heard of that either. So an example would help.
Sorry, I guess I didn't mean to make it sound condescending. It's just like I heard laughter, and I'm guessing that is usually when I hear laughter after saying something, it's because I said something that is unfamiliar. So I don't mean to.
I'd still like an example, please.
Yeah. So like, if you let me think about how to explain this. So like, if you want to show that some statement is true, like some proposition, let's say P, and we want to show if P is true, what we could do is suppose for sake of argument that P is false. And if that leads to obvious contradictions, then, well, our system must be logical and free of contradictions. Therefore, P can't be false. And sort of by that logic, we've shown that P is true.
What? Are you serious?
I mean,
no, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I didn't mean to laugh.
You made a false a truth. In other words, you started off with a false, you did some magic, and you made it a truth.
Well, no, it's basically the same thing as modus tollens. You start with P implies Q, and if you can see that Q is false, then you imply not P. I'm just using the case where you start with not P implies Q, and therefore not Q implies P.
That's not what you said in the beginning. That's not how you phrased it earlier.
Well, right. I phrased it a little bit differently, but the syllogism is basically the same. You show that if the thing you're trying to prove is false, then something in your logical system is inconsistent. But we assert that the logical system is consistent. So therefore, the statement can't be false.
No, but you said therefore be true the first time you said it.
Go on, give us an example. Go on. Try and put something on it. Give us a
how contradiction works
yeah.
in there.
Rob's struggling to work out what you're talking about. Give us an idea of putting something into it.
Let me think of an example real quick.
You have to make a false a truth, remember?
Yeah.
But you're not making a false thing.
Yeah, just
true.
show us an example. Give us.
Right. Let me think of one. Does it matter what it's in, or if it's in like pure math, or if it's in like a real example, like
yeah,
you could
preferably in reality, then we can relate to it.
Yeah, we like to work at the really is level.
It's tricky, isn't it?
I mean, the elephant in a crate example is kind of, I guess we can try and run with this. Like, if you want to prove that there is no elephant in the crate.
No elephant.
First, what you could do is you could say, well, assume there is an elephant in the crate. Then a logical conclusion of that would be, I'd be able to see it, right? If there's an elephant in the crate, then I'll see the elephant.
Open the crate.
But I can then say, well, that's obviously a contradiction because I'm looking at the crate and I don't see anything.
Right, so wait a minute. Are you trying to prove that there's a not elephant?
I'm not trying to prove that there is a not elephant. I'm trying to prove that there is not a elephant. Or an.
Yeah, a not elephant.
Well,
Just in simple logic, right? Yeah, that's there you go, Rob. He's
sort
trying
of
to prove that there's a not elephant.
Again, that's a vacuous truth.
No, he has to make a not elephant an elephant. You guys are letting him off the hook here.
Yeah.
I don't have to make the not elephant an elephant.
Yeah, that's what you said. Contradiction.
Well, then I must have misspoken. Anyway. So, like, the intuitive way to think about it is, suppose the thing you're trying to prove is false, and derive a contradiction.
What? Suppose the thing you're trying to prove is false.
Yeah, and under that supposition, show that it leads to a contradiction.
Okay, like
which is the truth.
Like we could go with Emma. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve, right? Assume it's false. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Not Q, therefore not P. Right? The Earth is not,
right, yeah.
Obviously.
Like, proof by contradiction are basically just a technique of
the contrapositive, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I should have stated it like that. Yeah, it's basically
that is modus tollens, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Contrapositive.
Like, modus tollens is the syllogism that you use in a proof by contradiction. Like, it might be just a small part of the proof, but...
no, it's proof of the contrapositive.
You have denying the consequent, affirming the antecedent, right?
Yeah, not...
Right, you got to be careful not to...
Yeah, it's not making a contradiction. It's like a proof by contradiction. That sounds... like it sounds wrong. And normally whenever I hear that, It's normally because there shouldn't be contradictions within your
Like,
logic.
the idea is just to say, like, if I'm trying to prove P, I should show that the negation of P is impossible. I guess that that's what I mean by like a contradiction. Show that the negation of P is clearly impossible because it leads to nonsense. And if you can do that, then you've proven P.
Wow. So just the negation of P, like the identity. You say P is P, therefore it's not P, right? P can't be P and not P.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
So you prove the not P to prove the P.
Well, no, you don't prove not P. You prove that not P leads to a contradiction. You don't assume that not P is true. You show that not P can't be true because it would lead to a contradiction. And that leaves you with P.
But if it's not P to start off with, then you can't end up with it being P.
So he's trying to switch things around. He's trying to make a not P a P.
Yeah.
I'm not trying
You're
to do
doing
that.
it
I'm being
again.
very careful not to.
Okay.
You're not turning these propositions into anything. The propositions are just sitting there. It's syllogisms that get you from
Yeah, but the
propositions
P
and
isn't the
implications
proposition. The P is the identity of the thing that we're talking about.
It doesn't even have to be a thing. P is just a statement.
It's a thing.
It is just. I mean, sure. Like you could associate it with like a thing, like an object.
Has an identity, yeah.
Sure.
So you start off with not P.
You start. Yeah, your proof will start with not P. And then the
Why?
goal is to show that nonsense ensues.
Seems like a backwards. You prove.
Yeah.
You only prove P, right? You don't prove not P.
Right. We're not
to
proving
get to
not
P.
We are proving specifically that not P leads to nonsense, which is to say, not P isn't true, and therefore we prove not P, which is P.
Wow, it sounds really convoluted. Give us an example, right? Because it's easy for you to say P, not P, not. It doesn't mean anything, surely. Does it mean anything
let's
to
start
you?
off with not elephant.
Yeah.
Let's start off with that. Not elephant. Continue from there.
You know the law of double negation, right? Just bearing in mind when you're talking.
Right. This does depend on the law of double negation. This depends on the law of the excluded middle.
Oh,
Which
excluded
typically in
middle as
first order
well.
logic we just accept anyway. So.
Have you just read a few things there? Because I'm not
Just
sure
bringing up
whether-
excluded middle. Just
Sure.
throw that in there
Yeah.
after all that.
Sounds
Someone
good,
mentioned
doesn't
double
it?
negation, which is
I think-
basically the same thing.
You sound like a student that's, kind of versed in this, but doesn't have a full grasp yet, trying to teach people who have been going through it for a couple of years now. Because you're just now bringing that in?
I mean,
There's
it only
still
just
not
became
P on
relevant
the
as someone
left
mentioned
It
it.
just became relevant? Okay, all right. I'll leave you alone, man. Keep going. You're doing good, really. This is how you learn.
Yeah. Well, this is
Yeah.
also as well at the heart of all of this. Like we always say, it's the reducto ad absurdum, right? The proof that shows how fucking ridiculous
Yeah.
the wrong thing would be. Think that's what he's trying to get at, really. I don't think it's
Basically,
a
but
proof
more
by.
formally.
Well, you've gone through all sorts of different things here, Emerald. I'm
Right.
not too
So, like,
sure. I mean, we're only at the beginning of this ourselves.
And
And
Emerald,
it's-
you get what I'm saying, right? Not
not
only
new.
you can learn, I can learn. We can all learn from your mistakes, my mistakes, Bez's mistakes.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think Bev, you're on the right track. Like it's careful not to like it's kind of like reductio ad absurdum, except rather than just sort of like saying that sounds ridiculous and then claiming therefore P, you instead formally show that like
That is not what a reducto ad absurdum is. Just saying that sounds ridiculous means it is. That's not what it is.
all right in the sense of the fallacy, it can't like it's used sometimes in arguments in the sense of like the logical like
It's used all of the
reductio
time
ad
in
absurdum
arguments.
is-
Yeah, it's one of the finest weapons of a logician.
done
Because
precisely. This
it's
basically is
it's
exactly
done through
reductio ad absurdum.
comedy. Yeah, It's genius. Especially when you can get people to go along with it and they accept it as the truth. And we're all laughing at it. It's one of our finest weapons. It's the comedy. That's why we're laughing.
Do you know how we know when to laugh? Like, it's not just a coincidence that 3 or 4 people pipe up and laugh at the same time. You understand? Like, does that make sense? Okay.
Sure.
All right, good. All right. And I'm personally not laughing at you because you're doing a pretty good job, but it's just that we hear people come in here and try and, you know, maybe teach us. I don't think that's what you're trying to do, and that's kind of what we're laughing at. Like, we've been through this before, that type of thing.
Right. Like, I guess a pure math version of it. Like, I'm trying to motivate why you would ever want to use a proof by contradiction when you could just prove some things directly. Like, if you wanted to prove that there's an elephant in the crate.
Whoa.
You brought it in.
We do not try to prove anything with contradiction.
Right. We're realists. Like, we're living reality. We open the crate right out. We don't think about it, try and prove it a different way. We just open the crate, see if there's an elephant.
I'm just trying to motivate why, in the face of why it's, it seems obvious you'd never want to use this, why at least in some, like in a math sense,
why would you want to bring it up? Because you're the one that's struggling now to try and find out how you could prove something by a contradiction. It sounds ridiculous.
I'm not figuring out how. I'm trying to explain how. There's a subtle difference.
I know, but you asked us why we would ever use it, and we're like, you brought it up as something
fine.
you
I
would
was
use.
I was speaking in generality. I'm trying to motivate a reason why a person would want to use maybe a proof by contradiction. I'm trying to motivate a statement that is difficult to prove directly.
Right, well, let's think of the biggest contradiction you can. Do you know of any contradictions?
I mean, in math, I have an example, but I don't know if we want to go
in math.
Just pure math.
There's contradictions in math, surely not. You can't allow
well, right. There
contradictions
are
into an explosive, because math is definitely an explosive logical system, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Which is why,
so
if
let's not go there, because it's not going to be a contradiction there.
Right. Well, I mean, that's kind of the point. You know that math doesn't have contradictions.
Mm-hmm.
So if some assumption leads to a contradiction, then that assumption has to be false, and therefore it's negation true.
Okay, we know geometry doesn't have contradictions in it either, because that's an explosive
So you could use proof by contradiction
system.
in geometry if you wanted to, in the same way.
Oh, so you can't show... Well, you could show that perpendiculars don't go around a ball. Like that sort of a contradiction within geometry. Like that?
Well, I mean, given that you could, I guess, what do you mean by perpendiculars going around a ball? If you mean in the same exact way as, like, Rumpus's diagram, I mean, as long as you don't assert that any of them are vertical or horizontal, I mean, you could just on paper draw out a circle, draw a bunch of lines that just aren't supposed to be aren't supposed to be the same, a bunch of lines that are perpendicular to those other ones, and I mean that exists.
But they all can't be perpendicular, can they?
Well, right, they're not all perpendicular, correct?
But that's what perpendicular would mean, wouldn't it? So you can't have things that are perpendicular but not perpendicular. That doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction, right?
Well, in the case of, at least from what I saw...
Yeah, doesn't that break the law of identity?
Well, yeah, I'd
case
say
of what
so.
I
It
saw
breaks
from-
all the laws. That's the problem with when you have an explosive logic system and then you allow something like that in, it's obvious that there's a contradiction there. It just doesn't work. You can't just hand wave it at that point. That's when you get into problems. Especially
that's where the
Codis
globe
problems.
filter comes in. Globe filter takes over. Every thought now in his brain, when you asked him that question, I heard the gears turning.
Yeah.
He was saying, how does it work on the globe? Wait a
That's
minute.
what we're interested in now, though, Emerald,
Yeah.
right? It's what happens to you when
At that
you're
moment.
shown that contradiction. What happens? I mean, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, the thing is that the contradiction is not just rooted in geometry. Like, the fact that you can draw a bicycle with spokes and the surface of that ball being perpendicular to those spokes is fine. But when you try to relate it to reality, let's say,
The
and you say that
surface
all
of the
horizontals
wheel
are-
is perpendicular to the spokes.
Yeah,
It's
if at
round.
any
It's
point
a
on that
circle.
circle,
Where's the perpendicular?
if you draw perpendicular to the spoke at the point where
It's not there, though, is it? That's not the surface of the wheel. That's not the round wheel. It's perpendicular.
Well, right, that's fair. You take the point at which the spoke intersects the circle, and you draw a perpendicular line from the spoke at that point. That
Right, well,
construction,
that's
those two lines are
perpendicular, but obviously the bent line that goes around the wheel is not perpendicular, is it? It
right.
can't.
If
It
you say
can't
perpendicular is a
be.
property of straight lines, then it wouldn't be, right?
Well, perpendicular is. It's defined.
It's a definition.
It's two straight lines.
Yeah. So then, in that case, the circle itself wouldn't be the lines you construct. Say, build
So
a
you
perpendicular
couldn't
line
say
at
it
that
was
intersection.
perpendicular, right? That's the whole point. Within the mathematical system of straight lines, you can't say a curved line is perpendicular because it's just not allowed. It can't be. That's a bit of an inconsistency within your logical system, isn't it? Within your thinking as well, surely.
I mean,
You know what I call it, Emerald?
Go ahead.
I call it the cog-dis event horizon. This is where, like, cog-dis kicks in. You have two opposing thoughts in your brain, and now you have to make sense of it.
Mm-hmm. Now you either have to reorder them or inject some sort of diletheism. I'm keen to know which way you're going to go.
I mean, if
This
we're
is
dealing,
a crucial moment.
Yeah. I mean, if we're dealing strictly in Euclidean geometry, right, where perpendicular is...
Are there
and
in Euclidean geometry or we're not?
I will elaborate what I mean on that in just a sec. Like, if we're just talking about only the basic constructions of things like straight lines being perpendicular, then...
Reality.
Then yeah. Like, if your meaning of perpendicular requires two straight lines, then of course that circle is not perpendicular to any of those lines. But if instead you just mean perpendicular as in, like, well, meets at right angles in the colloquial sense, then of course that circle, the direction that circle is going when it intersects that line is of course the exact opposite direction. It's 90 degrees to it.
Where's the colloquial?
Sorry, what's that? I think you cut out
Perpendicular.
really somehow.
Where's the colloquial perpendicular?
Like, if you were to zoom in on, let's say I'm looking at this image Essie posted. What is it? One after 2 hours ago, or one after an hour ago.
You mean zoom into a curve, a circle?
Right. Yeah. It's sort of an in the limit statement.
Till it turns into a straight line.
Essentially, like,
Circles don't turn into straight lines, though, do they?
The point is that at that point of intersection, the direction that the circle is going is 90 degrees offset from the direction that the spoke is going.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I've got a good proof of
It's
that.
100% not 90 degrees.
Yeah.
There's
got
no
a
degrees
bridge I
there.
can sell you.
Did it just go quiet then, or something?
I was just about to say the same thing. What happened?
No, nobody wanted to buy my bread.
I don't know. I couldn't hear you, Rob. I think you may have cut out.
Yeah?
All I said was that it's 100% not a 90-degree angle, because that would be perpendicular
Yeah.
in reality and in Euclidean geometry.
It's a right
Whatever
angle.
you're trying to do with this circle is not that.
Sure. This is what I meant by, if you're just using the constructions of Euclidean geometry, then I would say no. That circle isn't a straight line and therefore doesn't make an angle with anything. But in the sense that at the point where the spoke hits the wheel, the direction of that circle is, up and down. Let's say if it's on the left side of the wheel, then on the left side of the wheel, that circle is more or less up and down, and the spoke is left to right, and those are 90 degrees offset.
So this is part of your allowable contradictions.
Wow, what are you going? Like, how do you justify this? It's a curve. I mean, how much do you have to zoom into a curve to try and mentally turn it into a straight line?
Well, I'm not saying you turn it into a straight line. I'm just saying at the point where it intersects the...
You have to turn it into a straight line. If you've got a 90-degree angle, it has to be a straight line.
Any angle. It has to be a straight line. Because you can't have an angle to a curve. It's not done. This is one of the things that we've been following for all this time. I'm surprised Rumpus hasn't let you know. I mean,
I don't care if Rumpus disagrees with me on this.
I bet Rumpus wouldn't have a clue. What are you even trying to say?
I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe
you're trying to put a 90-degree angle at the circumference of a circle on the outside. Like you do realize that a square has 90-degree corners on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to put a 90-degree on the outside the circumference of a circle everywhere?
No, not everywhere. I'm saying at a spoke.
Yeah, but like all the way around, there could be spokes everywhere. So at every point around a circle, infinitely, you're going to have 90 degrees. It's like an infinite square, but we'll call it a circle. I mean, how ridiculous does that sound?
I don't know what you mean by infinite square there.
Well, are you trying to put a 90 degree somewhere on the outside of a circle by zooming in?
I don't know, on the outside. Like
two
outside,
90 degrees. Sorry, 290 degrees.
I guess as far as I'm saying is that at the point where that spoke intersects the circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can agree that point exists, right? And from that point, there are two lines. One of them's a straight line going in toward the middle of the circle.
The radius.
The other one's the circle, right?
The circumference.
Yeah. So you've got from that point where it intersects the spoke, you've got two lines sort of leaving that point. In one direction, you have the spoke. And in, like, if you were to think of this as headings, let's say north is toward the spoke. We put the wheel down on the ground. If north is toward the spoke, then due east and due west are the directions that you go to continue moving along the circumference. That's the sense in which I mean 90. Not by the sense that I'm like putting a square on it.
So you're putting two 90 degrees there.
I'm just stating
it's like a straight line. Yeah.
I'm just stating facts about directions where the lines are going. I'm not like constructing like any physical objects here.
I'll give you a quick one, right? Let's extend that radius past, right? So Now we've got like a cross. Okay. Now, are all of those right angles, if we zoom in? 4. 2 above and 2 below.
You wouldn't be able to sit your squares down on the circumference.
Would they be right angles, though? Because you tried to say that some of them were before. If you zoomed in enough, would they be right angles still?
Yeah, if you zoomed in enough, and the closer you zoomed in, the closer those squares would be to lying evenly on that circumference.
Mm-hmm. And would they ever?
Not ever. Not perfectly, that is to say. They would just approach it. And that's why I say, like, in the limit, it is basically perpendicular. Because no matter, if you wanted it to be closer...
But it's not, right? Because perpendicular is one of those things, right? All the right angles are equal. That's one of the axioms of every geometry, as far as I know, right? You have all right angles equal, no matter which imaginometry you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you saying that all of those right angles would be equal? Or are you saying none of them are actually right angles?
I would say if you...
In which case, we should stop talking about them as though they're right angles, or even imagining like they are right angles, because they're not.
Like, I would say at the specific point of intersection, the direction is the circumference.
You can't have an angle at a point. They don't exist. A point doesn't exist.
Well, a point is that which has no part. Of course they exist. They're constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I mean, an angle is at an intersection point.
No, an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another.
Mm-hmm. And where do you take that angle?
Anywhere. It's always the same.
What does it mean by no parts?
Where do you think the angle's measured?
I mean, if
the angle stays the same all the way along. It can be measured anywhere. That's why it's 2 straight lines.
Okay. What I'm thinking is those 2 straight lines, supposing they're not parallel, are going to intersect at some point. And then at that point...
No, those 2 straight lines are 2 straight lines that cannot enclose a space. They're coming from a vertex.
Well, right, and then I'm talking about the vertex as the point where they intersect.
Yeah, that's an angle. What do you want me to get you it for you?
Yeah, and so and I'm drawing the analogy here of there's a point where the spoke will intersect the circumference.
Yeah, but you need 2 straight lines for the angle. In order for you to have a right angle, you need 2 straight lines.
Okay. So what if we build a tangent line at that point?
Well, then
the tangent
got a
line
tangent there.
Well, sure. Like if we don't want to deal with like squares that won't sit down because it's on a curved surface, like won't sit evenly, then
yeah, this is where it goes bad for you, especially when you try and link. Because what you're going to do, you were talking about a circle, a spokes of a wheel, right? Now, at some point, you're going to want to put a tangent there, like you just have. But very soon, you're going to want to scale it up and start calling the spokes verticals and the tangents horizontals. Well, that doesn't work. There's your fail. The geometric fail happens right there. Because you've just had to put that tangent there in order for you to get a right angle.
Okay.
But you need the right angle for the vertical and horizontal, don't you? In reality, that's where your aim is.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going toward vertical, horizontal. If you want to bring those up, then go ahead. I was just talking purely geometrically, like just going in Euclidean geometry, where all we're talking
put
about
a tangent. Yeah, we can put a tangent there. We know how you put tangents at certain places, right?
Yeah. So in that case, would it then
that's why it's
stand
called
to
a
reason
tangent
that
point,
that
isn't it?
tangent is perpendicular to the spoke?
You can draw a square around the circle. Then you could get perpendiculars all the way around, and in the middle of each square line. But you're talking about a circle. You're not drawing a square around a circle. Why would you need the circle at all then? Why don't you just say, let's use a square?
Well, because the original thing was a circle, like the diagram
Yeah,
that Rumpus had that
so
I was discussing from the
we've
beginning was a
confirmed
circle.
you can't do it. We've confirmed you can't do it with a circle. So we can get rid of the circle part because there's definitely no perpendiculars.
No, we use the circle.
You can do it with a square. You can do it with a square though.
Yeah. You can use a circle and then make a square that you can do things with.
When you don't even
And
have
then
to
you can just
I'm
erase
saying,
this.
like,
erase the circle out, yeah.
Then you can erase and get rid of the circle. And you have a square.
what I'm trying to construct here is you've got the circle, you've got, say, spokes.
You've put a wheel there. We were talking about right angles. You've put a circle there, and you've tried to make 90 degrees.
Right, and I'm saying, well, if we can't make the 90 degrees from just the circle,
you can't.
We can use the circle and the spoke to construct a tangent, and then we can build the 90 degrees between the spoke and the tangent.
Yeah, like Mike just said.
Just use a square and erase the circle completely. There was no need for the circle in the first place.
The circle is what we start with. We're using that to construct the tangent.
Well, but we're trying to get a perpendicular. We're trying to get perpendicular lines, right? Why not just start with the two straight lines, because that's what perpendicular requires. Why bother getting your compass out at all? You can do the whole thing with just a straight edge.
Yeah, I mean, you could. What I was starting with is sort of the foundation. Like, if I were just given a blank sheet of paper, except the only thing drawn on it were a circle, and the question is, okay, how do you build 90 degrees of anything from here? I would do that. If I wasn't given the circle in the first place, yeah, I would just start with straight lines. I agree.
Right. So let's just assume there is no circle in the first place. Why would we bother assuming there's a circle?
I'm just saying, suppose one was given.
Oh, so you've been given it. Is it a received?
Yeah, I was just referring back to the diagram that Rumpus had pulled up, and it had a circle drawn on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we were talking about a different image, then we would start with whatever's on that image.
Yeah, I've noticed most people do start with a circle. Right? It's your immediate thought pattern. Just takes you to a circle. Because we were talking about right angles
for the last several hours. It's not like I just only think about it. It's because that's exactly what this room has been talking about for basically the whole day.
The triangle axiom, yeah, all week. Get on it. It's going to be driving you crazy by the end of the week.
I don't have a problem with
Angles and stuff. Because we were just talking, it's about the perpendicular relationship of the right angles and all of that within the relationship of three straight lines. But why would you want to put a 90 degree at the edge of a circle? I mean, because now you're putting a tangent there in order to form your right angles.
I wasn't motivating any practical application of it. I was just saying this is how you could do it.
Yeah, well, we knew that. You can put a tangent to a circle. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Why do you think at first you tried to zoom in to the circumference of the circle? What motivated that?
I mean, it kind of relates to the tangent. Like, the tangent is the line that if you zoom in to the point where the tangent touches the circle, the tangent gets closer and closer to the circle.
Could you
that
say it's
distance
parallel
decreases.
to?
Approaches being parallel to. Like, as obviously as you get farther away from the point, it's less parallel because the circle's curving. But as you get closer and closer to the point, it's becoming closer and closer to being parallel.
I don't think Bev has any idea.
Does it ever reach
Does it become
parallel?
perpendicular?
Bev
It never
doesn't
reaches it, and it also.
So we better not go anywhere near calculus.
I'm pretty sure we went over the definition of parallel.
We don't need you either, Ruhif.
Well, Ruhif's talking about
You should kick me out.
Right, so
You should kick me out.
when we've got a tangent, right, and it goes, because obviously it's a tangent to a curve, right, and that goes less and less and less to the point where it touches, and then it goes more and more and more, right? So is there a point where it is parallel? You know, from being not parallel to being not parallel on the two extremes, is there a point where you would consider it parallel, or does it just go not parallel, not parallel, not parallel, and closer to not parallel, closer to parallel, but not parallel, and then does it just go past that point, or is there a parallel point?
I mean, Bev, you've kind of fucked up the question there, right? Where you said, is there a point? I'm going to say yes, the tangent point, and then you're going to say it's not a line, right?
No, I said, is it a parallel point?
Yeah, but I mean, a point is not a line. But
Right. Good for you, Rufus.
Well done. Yeah, that's good.
Good for you.
The point of the tangent.
Good job.
That's where it's parallel.
It's parallel there at a point.
So not parallel at a point. We all know that.
Well,
I
I mean,
can't see the chat.
you know, definitions are meaningless. So can we redefine that point of a tangency to mean a parallel point, like rumpus?
If we want to have a discussion where we understand each other, then we need to agree on what these words, these sounds.
Yeah. Can we agree? Can we agree that rumpus calls that the parallel point?
Definitions are not prescriptive.
Like, don't get him
What I would
started.
say,
If you think definitions are prescriptive, I'll show you the definition of Earth, and it's all over.
Brilliant.
Dictionary.com.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't even know why you've come in here, rumpus, Ruhif.
Because I'm driving, Bev. I'm driving.
Oh, right, you're driving. Right, we were having a conversation, Ruhif.
Yeah, so now
I'm going to hijack the conversation because I'm here.
What?
I'm going to hijack the conversation.
I'm just going to turn your volume. I'm going to turn your volume down.
Yeah, I'm going.
And maybe everybody else will take my lead, and that'll be
right. Everybody, please, can you just turn
Mike.
Ruhif's mic down? Just turn him down. We don't need to listen.
I'll turn it down. If
Thank
we
you
can
very
carry on with our conversation, that would be good.
Yeah. Sorry, Emerald.
Anyway.
That's really rude of Ruhif coming in to hijack the conversation. I don't know whether that's because he doesn't trust you, Emerald. I don't know. Have you got any messages, Globe Earth Council, saying, you know, you've said the wrong thing somewhere?
Yeah, you were doing fine.
Yeah, I think
Don't
you
let
were doing
Ruhif-
all right. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, we've all got him turned down, so we can carry on.
Oh, he's turned out. He's gone.
Yeah, good.
Oh, he actually left the server, or got kicked.
No, yeah, he's left.
They do that so we can't DM.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. You'd think
Yeah, we know
people
all
being in
the
multiple servers that like would kind of be useless leaving one of them.
No, he leaves so you can't DM him
Yeah.
because you're not in, he's not in the server.
But there's got to be at least another server y'all have in common with him. Or does
But
he
that's
leave
why
all
they
of them?
do it. I'm just telling you why they do it. They all do it.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. You think?
Oh. Right, so where were we before Ruhif rudely
we were
came
talking
in?
about if you have a tangent, is there any point at which, I guess, the circle is parallel to the tangent?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, because definition 23 states that parallel straight lines are straight lines, they're not. So there's currently no definition of parallel that would apply to those two objects, period, because one of them just isn't a straight line, right?
Sweet.
Okay, honestly.
The next question
that's
is...
good, that, Emerald. Do realise, though, you're going up against Rumpus, I think B-Ball, Science It Out, and Stark Odder. They've all had... in fact, they've had tangents parallel to themselves. They don't even need a curve anymore. Some of them. The straight line you can have a tangent to a straight line now. Just be aware that this new maths that has been developed to I don't know. Rumpus started it, parallel at a point.
I mean, this is what I was sort of getting at, is like strictly under just the definitions given, there's no notion of parallel that generalizes to anything beyond two straight lines. But there definitely is, at least when we talk about, like, colloquially, there is a notion of two things going in the same direction that we could call, I mean, unless you want to call it going in the same direction at that point, the shorter term for it would just be parallel, or we could invent a new term for it. But that's what would be happening at that point. At that one point of tangency, and only that one point of tangency, the sort of direction that the circle is going at that point is the exact same as the direction that the tangent is going at that point.
A point has no direction.
The point doesn't have direction. The line
Or magnitude.
Or magnitude, yeah.
Definitely says magnitude, no magnitude. That
For
of which
sure.
has no parts or magnitude. But I mean, that is only Euclidean geometry definitions, right? There's got to be some new definitions come along with one of these new geometries, right?
There are, if I recall, different sort of axiomatizations of Euclidean geometry.
I know they want to all change the Euclidean geometry and not just come up with some new hotness. Like just
because I mean, well,
completely
Euclidean
new
geometry has nice
definitions.
properties. Like the parallel
Yeah,
postulate's roughly
doesn't it?
equivalent to the Pythagorean theorem, and if we want to keep that, then we want to keep the geometry intact.
Yeah.
Oh,
You want pi. You want Pythagoras. You want pi.
Yeah. But the other thing is, like, we want it written in sort of like modern formal mathematics, like in ZFC, rather than just written in like plain words. Because like you could say, you know, a point is that which has no part, but then that's sort of up to interpretation, because what's a part, right? Like just like what y'all were saying, like, is it magnitude or is it, you know, what is it that a point doesn't have? Like, what is a point? It'd be nice to have very strictly formal definitions for these kinds of things. And I think folks like Hilbert and Tarski and a couple of other later mathematicians did sort of that formalization.
Wow.
I don't know if that
you
actually
want
changes
to,
much.
How can you define that of which has no parts and nothing better? Like, how do you want that defined better?
Well, an algebraist might say, you know, a point is just, you know, if it's in 3D space, 3 numbers, like 0, 0, 0, the origin, you could say maybe that's a point. And then a line between 2 points is
egocentric coordinate system for the win. Get in. 0, 0, 0.
I mean, it could be 10, 10, 10. You could choose your favorite 3 numbers in the world. And
yeah, no. Egocentric coordinate system. 0, 0, 0. You won't have me having anything different. Everyone has their own 0, 0, 0 in our egocentric coordinate system.
Yep. And since a line exists between 2 points, the points being the extremities of that line, you know, a point cannot be a line. Law of identity here, so therefore no parallelism at those points, because those points are not lines, hence cannot be parallel. So law of identity.
Explosive logic systems are a bitch, aren't they? Well, I mean, they keep you in order, don't they? Give you a quick slap on the wrist and go, Oh, okay, yeah, we're fine with that.
Gotta mind your P's and Q's.
It's great, this old ancient geometry systems, isn't it, Emerald? I mean, like, you bet you're glad you made that new stuff up.
I haven't looked too much into the new stuff to know how much more useful it is. I'm guessing it's not that much more useful other than nerds who freak out about ZFC axioms and want somehow Euclidean geometry embedded in them. But, I mean, Euclid's geometry does definitely stand the test of time.
It is, isn't it? I call it perfect.
Yeah. I after what I've read today, I'd say, perfect modulo the fact that, like, there are different editions, like, if it's ambiguous whether there are 12 axioms or 5, and some of them are common notions and some are just axioms versus some are postulates, other than the translation stuff, I'd say, yeah, it's pretty good.
Right, well, because of the propositions of all of the books being proved all the way through, does that not sort of say, yeah, the axioms must have been right? Like, does the entire book not prove everything that came before it? Is it not a self-contained proof system? And because it's been built axiomatically, it is a self-contained.
Yeah, and that's that. Any good system, as Euclidean geometry should be self-contained, and it is.
Is there any other you can think of?
Yeah.
Any other like it? Anywhere?
I mean, non-Euclidean geometries are also self-contained. Like,
really?
You could write a book. Yeah, you could write a book on spherical geometry, supposing, I don't know, you white out the 5th postulate, or sorry, the 12th axiom, and just replace it with something else.
Definitions.
You need to get rid of some definitions too.
Yeah. You think you could do that?
Yeah. Like, you would have to obviously rewrite a bunch of stuff, but you could make a self-contained.
Well, do you think they've done that, or do you just imagine that you could do it, or are you imagining that we are good enough to be able to do it?
I believe it's been proven that other geometries are still self-consistent.
Okay, so would you be able to show us that? Any of the definitions, any of the axioms of this new geometry, or any of the propositions? Preferably definitions, axioms, postulates, and some of the propositions that help to prove the system. Don't bother about any 3D non-Euclidean geometry, because we know that's fucking ridiculous. But I wouldn't mind seeing some of the, once you keep it in the 2D conceptual proofs, at least, with the definitions.
I'll look for one. I definitely have, when I've seen non-Euclidean geometries, almost only seen 3D ones. But I think it'd be cool.
What, you've only ever seen 3D non-Euclidean?
Find me one.
Wow. You're not going to show us a Pringle, are you? Go on.
No.
Go on, show us a Pringle.
A saddle they usually like.
I like the Pringle. It's always impressive.
I guess that would.
No, don't say that, because that's in reality. It's 3D, obviously fucking Euclidean. There's only Euclidean geometry that makes it into 3D. That's why we said right line geometry is the only provable geometry in reality. That's right line geometry.
I guess my question then is, because you said earlier you were talking about proofs, in the sense of like propositions based on the axioms laid out in like a self-contained manner. And now you're talking about relating the construction of the geometry to reality.
Yep.
And I would agree with you. Like reality, like we actually have the Pythagorean theorem.
Yep.
Right? Like we have concepts that are strictly Euclidean in reality.
Yep.
But that kind of proof is like different from like just hunker down and look at the axioms proof. Like one's in a mathematical sense and the other's in a like test and observe reality sense.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing, right? You have to be able to have your proof within paper, your logical proof. You have to be able to prove it and draw it out and prove that it's true. But then you also have to do it in reality. Right? It has to be able to be done. It has to be testable. Right? You have to be able to do it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist as a proof.
Right. I would say the first part of that can be done with non-Euclidean geometries. Like you could just
demonstrable.
Well, I mean, just the first part where you just do the logical proof.
Right. Have
like
you got any of the definitions to start off with yet? Because I'm really struggling to see how you could start with a logical proof that starts with a stolen concept. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
like,
that's,
give us something, some of the definitions, or like, what have you come up with so far, definition wise?
To
I mean,
my understanding,
what's the definition of a square in non-Euclidean geometry? Do you have one? Quadrilateral figures, it says. And Euclidean geometry. I mean, like, you already know what a square is.
Right. And I guess my issue is there are numerous definitions for a square that like go into varying levels of like math. What is the definition in just Euclidean geometry?
What do you mean?
Like, we could say something as simple as
It
a
just
square...
says quadrilateral figures. It's within the rectilinear figures. Obviously, you don't. You just have a definition of them for 4 equal sides, right?
Right. Yeah. So if it's 4 equal sides, then.
Do you want me to get it? I mean, that's just off the top of my head. Right. But I'll get you the actual definition because it's here in front of me. I always keep a book handy. Of 4-sided figures, because I think it does say. They go for quadrilateral figures by 4 straight lines, right? So it says rectilinear figures are those which are contained by straight lines. Then it says quadrilateral figures by 4 straight lines. Then it goes on a little bit later on to go, of 4-sided figures, a square is that which has all its sides equal and all its angles right angles. Is that good? I mean, I think that's pretty good, but I mean,
I think given the last part, they all have to be right angles would make it non-existent in hyperbolic geometry.
Hyperbolic.
But I think if, or sorry, not just in general in non-Euclidean geometry, I think the angles would be different. I think if you don't require them to
the angles would be with straight lines,
How about
surely.
Straight lines.
Yeah. What about the angle? Like, have you got a definition for an angle? Because I'll give you that as well. Because you might find you're relying a bit too much. This is where your stolen concept is. It says, a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of 2 straight lines to one another, which meet together, but are not in the same straight line. That's the angle that you measure.
Mm-hmm. And
go on. Well, that's a. So, like, the angles are. Go on.
So I don't think you can build 4 straight lines that meet at 90 degrees in hyperbolic geometry or in spherical geometry or in other non-Euclidean geometries. I think Euclidean geometry, is the unique geometry where squares have 360 degrees. In the same way that Euclidean geometry is the only geometry where triangles have 180.
Do you know why?
I believe it's roughly equivalent to the 5th postulate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, there's a list of things that are equivalent.
So squares are particular to one particular geometry.
I think so. If the reasoning is the same as for triangles, then yeah, that stands to reason.
So you should know that squares definitely exist, right?
So you cut out squares what?
Squares definitely exist. You've heard of a mathematical formula involving squares? Surely.
Heard of a few. Are you referring to Pythagoras?
No, I'm just talking to the square. 4 square, 5 square, area.
Just squaring a number.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like that's what squares are, right?
I don't know about R. Like, it's a property of the geometric square that its area is the number squared, where the number is the length side. But like,
so
if you had a number system and geometry,
you know what a square is, then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's based on, isn't it? The square.
Yeah. It's. I don't want to say based on, because like you can, even if you burned all the geometry books and you just had numbers, you could still say, a squared is a times a, and just purely with math, with like multiplication, you can come up with the notion of squaring. It's just it's called squaring because it comes from geometry, of course.
Because of the geometric square, yeah.
Right.
Which obviously
if
we
geometry
only
exist
exist in Euclidean geometry. So that wouldn't that be another, like, a little nudge, as if to say, "Hey up."
Yeah.
So that's another tick in the Euclidean reality sort of box. How many non-Euclidean things do you reckon we might end up with in the reality box if we were to go through all of this?
I mean, I will agree with you that reality, like the sum total of it, right, behaves Euclidean. Like, we obviously
so it would be ridiculous for somebody to say not Euclidean, then, wouldn't it, as an answer to something that's obviously we all know is a Euclidean.
Maybe I'll push back a bit and say, like, as a whole, obviously things are Euclidean, but in the same way that we all scoff at the Pringle being used as an example for hyperbolic geometry, if you were carefully studying the Pringle as like a subspace in the 3D world, then you might find use in applying hyperbolic geometry. Because if you try to draw like a triangle on a Pringle, you get something that doesn't look like a triangle in Euclidean geometry. Right. So like I agree that space as a whole is Euclidean.
You're drawing triangles on Pringles. Can we get an ant to draw a triangle on a Pringle? Do you reckon it might get too much like flavouring on its feet?
It's kind of a contrived example, I agree. But like if you're studying objects that are things like spheres or things like Pringles or things that are like weird curved shapes, then for those kind of restricted cases, you could use different geometries. But if you're just talking about like I don't
understand what you mean different geometries. The spheres are Euclidean shape. So if you're studying a Euclidean shape, surely you should just carry on using Euclidean geometry, right? Why do you need to?
Understand why you
I'll say
it's restricted. Also,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
You
what
just
the
take
difference
over for a bit for us.
Like you're not ever like disallowed from using Euclidean geometry, but the other geometries such as spherical geometry might become useful if you're talking about, say, the surface of, I don't know, a beach ball. Because if you do like, someone put a picture of it, I think in the chat a while ago, but like, or maybe not. Oh yeah, Autodidactic did at 16 after, where like, you can kind of see that you could like stick a square in those corners, right? And they would each be 90. So in like a very loose sense, that triangle kind of looks like it's got 3 times 90 degrees. Now, of course, in Euclidean geometry, we know this is just like you've carved a 3D shape. But if you were talking about, I don't know, an ant who was trying to walk on the surface of that ball but avoiding falling into the pit, you'd have to tell that ant to take sort of 3 right turns before it gets back to where it started. And spherical geometry would say that. It would say that a triangle defined by these slices on the surface does indeed have, 270 degrees. So like
or
that,
tell him,
So you know
or
what
tell
an
him that
angle is,
there's, or tell him that there's gravity and he won't fall.
You know what an angle is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the inclination of 2 straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Are those lines there on the surface of that ball? Are they straight lines?
Not on the surface. That's why I was saying, like, if you could stick your square into those, like, into
So they
the
aren't 90
nook.
degree angles either then, right?
Well, there are 90-degree angles there. Like, if you can
No,
prop
you
your
just
square up
said
into
that
the
an angle
set,
is
like
the
where the center
inclination
point
of
is.
2 straight lines to one another. And you also agreed that those lines on the surface of that ball are not straight lines. Therefore,
we
you
already went
cannot
through this.
have
Yeah,
a
not on the surface.
90-degree
That's why I'm
angle.
saying inside the wedge.
Inside the wedge? What are you talking about?
Are we looking at the same picture?
You drew a line on the surface of a ball. Am I right?
I think that was a while ago. I'm referring to a different picture. I'm referring to like the solid sphere that's had a whole chunk ripped out of it.
Okay, so my confusion lies in the 90-degree angle. That's why I'm asking you. You cannot have a 90-degree angle between the curved lines on the surface of a ball, right?
Right, and that's not what I'm trying to do.
Go on.
Actually, Bev, I'm looking at the page for parallel postulate. It says one of the equivalent statements is indeed if 3 angles of a quadrilateral are right angles, then the 4th angle is also. So it does seem like that sort of equivalency extends to squares. It's I guess I'll paste it just for posterity. It's number 7 on the list of equivalent properties.
What do you mean when you say parallel postulate? I don't know. They are just numbered in the book, right? So
It's I think what y'all were referring to as axiom 12. Or the triangle axiom is another word.
Do you
I think
have a
I've heard.
link for that?
I put a link to it in the live chat. Honestly, I wish it were called the triangle axiom too. It doesn't really talk about parallel lines so much as it talks about making a triangle.
So maybe you could tell all your buddies to stop calling it a parallel postulate.
I mean, it's out of my
also,
hands.
is
It's
it
like
actually a
it's the name
postulate?
for it, basically. Like any
Dude.
mathematician will call this the parallel postulate. I
It's not
sadly
about
don't have much control
parallels.
over
You
that.
agree with that, right? But do you think it's a postulate, the way it's phrased, the way it's formulated?
Yes.
How so?
It matches with the other 4 postulates, being constructions of objects, such as the construction of lines that intersect. My understanding of it is that postulates are basically the same as axioms, except the difference is that the axioms are kind of like general truths, like double one thing and double the other thing, and if they were equal, then the resulting doublings are equal. Whereas postulates are like self-evident truths about the like geometric things, like being able to extend a line out or being able to construct a triangle in this case.
The axioms are self-consistent logical statements. while the postulates are things that you are allowed to do in the system. You're allowed to draw straight lines, you're allowed to extend the straight line, and you're allowed to draw a circle around any center at any distance from that center. That's everything you're allowed to do. That's the postulates. The axioms are self-consistent logical statements.
Oh, how long's he been quiet for? I had to go and sort my lad out.
Oh.
Wow. Was everybody thinking time?
Nah, I've just been talking to him about the difference between postulates and axioms. The parallel postulate, he brought it up, so we agreed that it's not actually about parallels, it's about triangles, and then we concluded that it doesn't fit as a postulate because there's a difference between a postulate and an axiom.
Yeah. I would agree. Definitely an axiom. And shouldn't need to be proved, I don't think. But it definitely says what it says about triangles. I should really get that video done. She's going to make me do some painting tomorrow, so I'll have to get up early and finish that video. DP says he's got some good new gifts for us for triangle axiom on Euclid Day tomorrow. It's going to be great. You want to come, Emerald? We'll go over triangle axiom and see if you can find out what they had a problem with it. Sounds crazy to me. I don't even know why they thought they would have to prove them anyway. You've got to knock them all down from 15 to 5. See how many of them we can get rid of. Hide.
I don't know if that sentiment translates from at least what I think they were trying to do. Like from my reading, I mean, it's not so much that they had to prove it. It would be nice to base the foundation of geometry on a small number of self-evident things.
You do.
And then the rest can be proven. Like, think about it. It'd be nice to have a proof for the statement rather than just have it stated. Like, it'd be strictly more informative. At least I think so.
The book is the proofs.
No question. Yeah, can you have a proof without logic? You went to circumstantial evidence, and we concluded that wasn't proof. So again, can you have proof without logic?
I don't see how that's relevant here. You would use the same logic as you do for the other propositions. You would just, one of your propositions would become what is the parallel postulate or triangle axiom.
Yeah, it's not a postulate, it's an axiom, right?
It's
So it's the logic that's stated in the axiom, right?
I mean, the axiom is just a statement. It's not like an implication, or it just says, given two lines that intersect another line and there being less than 2 right angles on one side, those lines produced indefinitely will meet.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
on that
might be a
side.
thing. On that side.
On which side? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it says.
I mean,
and you have definitions.
It'd be cool if there were a way to prove that from just the other 4 axioms.
It's an axiom. Why do you think? I mean, like, saying it would be great. Like, why?
Isn't it obvious in and of itself? Like, what's the problem with it, right?
I mean, it could be. I mean, it's obvious if you are able to draw it on paper, but what if your lines are so close to parallel that, you can't extend them? Like, if you think about it, what does indefinitely extending a line mean? Because we can't extend them infinitely, can we? Not in reality, at least. That's a sense in which I think there might be, like,
it's an axiom
all the other
straight.
axioms don't deal with
Right
infinities.
angles are equal, aren't they? That's also an axiom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if they're right angles, they would never meet, right? Parallel straight lines. Definition 35.
They can't meet because they're less than on either side. If there is 2 right angles there on both sides, then what are you saying? That they might meet on both sides?
No.
No. Okay, well, so they won't meet then. You won't get a triangle formed on either side, which means they're never going to meet.
Yeah, but how do you prove that statement?
Because there's no triangles formed.
How do you know? Have you tried building a triangle?
Well, would a triangle be formed on both sides?
I don't think so.
Well, so no triangle will be formed. That proves the parallels, doesn't it?
I mean, my I don't think so is not a proof.
I know.
So, like,
that's why it's an axiom. It's self-evident. Like, you know it, right? No triangle will be formed on either side in one place. That's self-evident because the triangle has the 2 right angles within it. That's self-evident. It does get proved later on, like, but it's self-evident. It's a very clever way of stating it as well. Because, like, some people get really triggered about certain things. And the parallel part is the bit that you get triggered about. But, I mean, it is the proof that the triangles are formed on either side. Or there's no triangle formed.
That's the case.
Yeah, it's a self-evident, obviously.
Right, but I mean, proof by obviousness might be obvious to you, but I mean, that's less powerful than an actual, like, full logical proof.
No,
saying,
that's
well, it has
more
to be true.
powerful because you actually process it.
Well, no, intuition is not more powerful than proof.
Within logic, it should be, especially if it comes right at the very beginning.
Whether it should be or shouldn't be is different from whether
Advanced simplicity. You have to keep going backwards and forwards until you see it, and then you see the power of it. What it is. It's both a proof that a triangle has 180 degrees, 2 right angles, and it's also the proof that no triangle will be formed when 2 of the angles have those 2 right angles within them on either side. You can't form a triangle if all of the 2 right angles are at 2 of the angles. There's no angles left for your third side. Can't have an angle of 0 degrees. 2 of them in the 2 right angles. Then where's the other ones? You can't find some extra angles for a triangle.
2 lines cannot enclose a space.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get on out of here. It was a great day here, like most days.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you.
Cheers, Rob.
got to head out in a few minutes too.
Sweet. So, like, we're all agreed that it is like a self-evident truth that definitely belongs within the axioms and doesn't need any proof. But I mean, how can you prove? How would you prove parallel lines if you were to do it? I'd wrap it up in a proof about triangles if I were you, in an axiom, a self-evident truth about triangles, but slip in like a little nod and a wink to those who know that no triangle can be formed at one position, and if there's no triangle formed, then them lines never meet, and if those lines never meet, then there's your definition for parallels.
How do you know those lines never meet from just the other 4 axioms?
The definition from a bit before, that's what happens with the definition for parallel straight lines in the same plane, is that much
but
never
the definition,
meet.
But
they never meet because the triangle isn't formed.
The important thing is the definition just defines what a parallel line is. It doesn't actually say that parallel lines make 90 degrees. That's what basically...
No, 2 right angles
when you
make
have the 5th postulate.
2 right angles. That's perpendicular.
Yeah, all right angles are equal.
Yeah, that's another axiom. Yeah.
Right. What I'm getting is that definition 23 defines what parallel lines are. It doesn't prove their existence. You need the triangle axiom to make that happen.
To prove parallel lines.
To prove that they exist.
To prove that they exist. So there is a proof that parallel lines exist.
I believe so, but it depends on the triangle axiom. Which
Oh, right. So you need the triangle axiom to prove parallel lines, or the triangle axiom proves parallel lines.
I believe that triangle axiom, along with other statements, combine to prove the existence of parallel lines. Like an axiom on its own doesn't really prove anything. An axiom,
it's a self-evident truth.
Well, right, like a proof from axioms will combine those axioms in some way and come up with a new statement.
The proofs are all the propositions. We know that.
Right. So there is some proposition that states that parallel lines exist. The issue is that it depends. Well, that's not really an issue. It's just that it depends on the triangle axiom. So if you were to throw away the triangle axiom,
line falling on 2 straight lines make the alternate angles equal to one another, then the straight lines are parallel to one another.
Where's this? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at what Mike posted.
7, book 1 in this edition, anyway.
Yeah.
It's just about the angles formed between the 3 straight lines that prove the parallelism.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what the axiom states, right? Which side of that 3rd straight line will the triangle be formed? And also, just at that one position where there will be no triangle, right? That's the whole point of the axiom.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's poetic. You've got to see it. Like, you know, like if you were the ultimate troll to get people to, you know, get to see a truth, but hide another one, you could hide within that 5th postulate that you call it, triangle axiom. You could hide that a triangle has the sum of 2 right angles, which is an obvious truth, and the fact that no triangle is formed when only 2 of the angles form all of those angles, right? I mean, it's a beautiful proof wrapped up in it.
If you just included that triangles angles add up to 2 right angles, you could straight up replace the triangle axiom with that, and you would have the same system, I believe. I think they're equivalent statements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that one's like the ultimate, isn't it? That is. Can you not see how poetic that is?
Yeah, I mean, ultimate in like it's a cool looking statement, but like it's just as powerful.
That's why it sounds different, right? because there's an extra flare hidden in there.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, like this is why I mentioned it being the linchpin earlier. If you replace this axiom with something else, you get other geometries like that.
No, you can't do that because this is a standalone thing. All of this stuff in this gets proved. Doesn't rely on this axiom to prove it.
Some of it does.
It doesn't. It's a self-evident truth. I mean, why do you need to?
In there.
No, it's in there because somebody tried to say you don't need it, and somebody else went, "Yeah, of course we do." There's some people out there that try and say triangles have more than 180 degrees. Can you imagine how ridiculous that would be? Somebody saying that there's triangles with more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, not in Euclidean geometry there aren't, because of this axiom being...
Not in reality there isn't either. Because you can't make a triangle with more than 180 degrees. It's impossible.
Because that's what a triangle is. And that brings us back to the previous axiom 9, right? The whole is greater than its part. So if you change axiom 12 to anything else, then the whole is going to be affected. It's no longer the same whole anymore.
I agree. Yeah, it becomes a different geometry. It becomes something non-Euclidean. That's why, like, that axiom, like, being what it is essential for Euclidean geometry to be Euclidean. For us to be able to say things like triangles add to 180.
The whole thing, the whole book, everything in it is Euclidean. Not just that one. Everything. The whole system.
Right. I agree. The whole system is describing Euclidean geometry. What I'm saying is, if you just took out that one axiom, though, you wouldn't be able to prove the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a necessary part.
No.
Which, I mean, I think it's cool. It's not like a knock on the axiom.
Why?
I think it's
where would you get stuck?
I think one of the pages about Euclidean geometry mentions where you get stuck.
Which one? It's so weird because it's Euclidean, so it's provable. In reality, it's obviously true. It stood the test of time with all of the axioms as they were. I'm struggling to see why removing one of the bits at the beginning would alter anything within the geometry.
Because, I mean, like, suppose there's a fact about reality, like the triangle axiom, but now suppose you're not allowed to use it in a proof. You know, you can see how that sort of cripples the proof, right? There's one less tool you can use in, say, a geometric construction.
Do you think that would alter triangles having 180 degrees if you didn't have that one particular axiom within the thing? Or do you think that would make it that parallel lines wouldn't be formed on either side of the straight line?
I think it would do both.
When the triangle isn't formed
to the triangle axiom.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying, could you get two straight lines and do that thing that axiom says if that axiom wasn't in Euclidean geometry? Do you think it would change anything about the formulation of those straight lines?
I think you could certainly do it in reality, right? Like, you'd show they wouldn't meet. The question is if you could, in like a self-consistent, only using the axioms proof, build that same construction. And I think that's what you couldn't do. Obviously, because in reality we know that this is true, you could just, you know, draw the thing out. But the trick would be, how do you prove that statement that you drew on paper or whatever is actually true in the geometry?
There wouldn't be a trick.
Using just the other axioms.
You wouldn't need a trick at all, because it's a self-evident truth, right? Whether it's there or it's not doesn't change it. being true.
Well, it affects what you're allowed to use in a proof. You can't use when you're building a proof, the sort of building blocks of a logical proof are either past propositions that you've proven or axioms. You don't get to use anything else in a formal logical proof.
Right. Okay. So
You have to use
what's the argument again? Then just run us past your argument about this.
If you take away the proof's ability to use that axiom, then there are things in the book that you can't prove. And I think the first example is Proposition 29, which is the construction of. All right, let me see. Proposition 29 is a straight line falling across parallel straight lines makes the alternate angles equal to one another.
Yep. And you think that's not provable?
Well,
because we've already done alternate angles.
The proof in the book uses the triangle axiom. Like it says, thus, the sum of AGH and BGH is greater than the sum of BGH and GHD, but the sum of AGH and BGH is equal to 2 right angles. Thus, the sum is less than, or the sum of BGH and GHD is less than 2 right angles. Therefore, the right angle, like they meet together. Like it says, but straight lines being produced to infinity from internal angles whose sum is less than 2 right angles meet each other. Postulate 5. Like it uses it in the proof.
Uh-huh. So it uses a self-evident truth within the proof.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
like it's
that's
using
why
that
it's there
self-evident
a
truth as a
self-evident
building
truth.
block
Right,
to build a different statement.
Okay, so you want to say, let's pretend that that self-evident truth isn't a self-evident truth, and just look the other way for a moment and pretend that that self-evident truth isn't in this book.
Yeah, like suppose we weren't allowed to use it in our proofs. Could we still prove the statement?
What, that the alternate angles are equal?
Yeah, the alternate angles are equal given
Yeah.
a straight line falling across
I'd say
parallel
yeah, there would be definitely another way of proving
I
that
think that
same
would be
thing,
news,
wouldn't it?
because a bunch of crusty old people in the past claimed that that's impossible.
What,
I mean, it'd be nice to
proving
figure
that
out that they're wrong,
their
but
alternate angles are equal, striking parallel lines.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
like if
How
like the
can
proof
two
that
parallel
Euclid
lines
uses
create
here
a
uses
triangle?
the postulate. So if we didn't have the postulate, this proof wouldn't fly. The question is then, is there another proof that doesn't use that postulate?
Yeah,
And-
two parallel lines would never meet, therefore never forming a triangle.
Yeah.
But that if
Could
you
have
don't
just
have the
used the
axiom about forming a
definition.
triangle,
Could have just
then,
used the definition, right?
Well, the definition doesn't tell you much other than just what the term means.
Uh-huh.
So like you'll know that the lines never meet, but that's a different statement from the angles being equal.
But the angles would still be equal when the parallel lines. I mean, that's the proof.
Sure. The question is, can you prove that they are? Like you can state that they are, but how do you use existing propositions, postulates, and axioms to formally show that that has to be the case? Like that's sort of the game that mathematicians are playing.
Do you not think you
start
could?
from-
Do you not think you could prove that? Right, what you've got is 3 straight lines,
Mhm.
and you've got 1 straight line crossing 2 other straight lines.
Mhm.
Right, pretty much exactly the same as the proposition or the postulate or the axiom, the triangle axiom.
Mhm.
Right, but not in the triangle axiom formation.
Right.
Okay. So you don't think there's any other way that you could prove that other than using what they use as the triangle axiom to prove parallel lines?
I think you
Or,
could
to
use.
prove that the opposite angles are equal
Yeah.
on
I think you
both
could
of
use
the
equivalent
lines, right?
statements. Yeah. Oh shoot! I'm getting a call. It's on the hour. I think if you just didn't have that axiom, and didn't replace it with like an equivalent statement, that it would be not possible to prove. But sorry for the rush, but I've got to head out. It's been super nice talking to y'all, though.
Cool.
Yep.
See you later.
See ya.
Wow. That's an interesting one, to think that you'd have to get all the way to 29 to find that the opposite angles are equal on both of the lines. And then not work out that they're parallel, and think that the only way you could prove that they were parallel is because you had a triangle axiom at the beginning. Great minds, eh? What, pondered with it for quite a long time. It's a shame. It's a shame. But I mean, it's still one of the most interesting conversations we've ever had, I think. At least somebody's willing to try. Emerald must be a high up ranking ossifer in the
Yeah, that wasn't actually bad, that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look in the chat. Sorry about that. We aren't talking that much. What do you guys think about that? And, you know, it's a really weird conversation. I think most of you are getting it. Most of them. This geometry ruins the globe model. I've got it wrote on my board. When logic meets a model, sanity or madness. And the hardcore ballers can only have madness with most of this stuff. Proposition 29. They don't realise all of the proofs that come before it, and then like the only problem they seem to have is parallel straight lines. But I mean, it's pretty obvious that there is going to be a position where two straight lines can be in where they never meet. What's the problem with it? I know what the problem with it is. So should you. But, yeah, model. Globe model. Yeah, they have got a big problem. Just with parallel straight lines. Isn't that amazing? Do you know what we had? T-shirt logic. Get your t-shirts from T-shirt Logic shop. Horizontal planes are parallel. All horizontal planes are parallel. Isn't that weird? That T-shirt logic and the parallel lines being a problem for people. I wonder if the two of them are related in any way.
Wonder if there's some model that may not have parallel lines. Maybe not even triangles.
Where's the place where there are no such thing as squares? Is there somewhere like that in reality? I doubt it. Is there a place in such people's heads? Are they aware that no squares exist in a geometric framework somewhere that they might own? But it's all right. They've been equipped with diletheism as their caped little dude on the shoulder. That's a good one to remember. I've got Big E and diletheism One on each shoulder. Big E keeps telling him about stuff and go on, say that stupid shit. Diletheism goes, it's alright, go on, yeah, I'll sort it. I'll sort it for you, don't worry. You listen to him. Big E and Diletheism. What a team. That's got to be the hello, Globe Witnesses here. Have you heard about the Globe? We've got Big E here and his friend Diletheism. Please accept them into your household.
Diletheism, right? You get around the law of non-contradiction when it suits you, and that's actually a specific qualifier also when it suits you. They state that specifically in there.
Yeah.
And they've given you a full access switch to the law of the excluded middle, to where you can flick it on and off at will anytime you want. You can just do that. Switch back and forth at any moment.
Cogdis defense system as well. Like, there's no need for you to ever suffer from any cogdis. Like you say, you've got the on-off switch. You can have the contradiction on-off switch. You just dial that one onto that one. Ooh, who cares? And then you've also got the argument winning. You can't prove anything. As well, it's like a multi-use sort of one hell of a team, isn't it? Both of them together.
Yeah.
And if you act now, within the next 2 minutes, we'll throw in Cogdis for you. No charge.
Bit like Avon as well, like the Joe, yeah, the Globe, the Globe Witness Avon. Be like, I'll be back next week to see that you've accepted it.
Yeah, we'll leave the bag at the door. You're not home.
Please leave your acceptance of the model and all of the etiquette that goes with it, and we'll be fine.
We'll even throw in some free samples.
Yeah. What kills me is the nonchalant way they say, well, look, if we just get rid of the fifth, you know.
Yeah. It's like, what? What do you mean 5? There's 15, wasn't there? Well, no. It's like, what do you mean? Where's the other 10? What do you mean 10? No, only 5. We're looking. We've trimmed it down. It's like, which ones have you got rid of? Oh, I don't know. No, somebody dropped them a bit earlier. These are the only ones we've found. This one doesn't seem right.
Surely they were not needed.
What I've noticed too is that it's never, this is why it's always, well, some guys, worked it out and they decided that, it's like, well, yeah, sure. Explain what they did. Well, they were really smart guys. They did the work.
Yeah, they proved that you couldn't prove it.
Like, it's always like a third hand, a hand-me-down story.
Yeah.
Instead of an explanation. It's like, well, what did they do? Well, I don't really know, but I just heard that, these guys tried it and failed or whatever.
Yeah. They proved that you couldn't prove it. Oh, right. How did they do that? Well, they did. Like for hundreds of years they tried it. Someone might have done something, like, I don't know. Like, nobody knows.
I really don't know what they did, but they did it. Yeah, okay.
Nobody figured out get a straight edge and make 3 lines. Couldn't possibly have figured that out.
Yeah, this is Why do people think that because the globe model is a bit ridiculous that we are flat earthers here? Why does that occur?
I think it's a convenience. Like, it's easier to write that off than to actually address what's being discussed.
Cognitive defense mechanism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it's easier to defend the model if you think you're defending it against flat earthers rather than people saying that's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I'm looking for me flat earth one. Oh, where it's gone. It's not flat. It was on here. I just can't see it. Oh, there you go. It's not flat. But we definitely have all horizontals parallel. Nobody can prove otherwise. In fact, I think they had to get rid of the fifth, or they had to question the fifth, because somebody might have said, but they can't be parallel.
It's clearly a circle. I mean,
It has to be. Yeah.
It's clearly a triangle. Yeah. Oh, can't you see it's parallel?
Hey, wait a minute, guys. Somebody said that the water level, it's been wrote down in the dictionaries that level's horizontal. Yeah. Well, if horizontals are parallel, yeah, they are. Well, that doesn't support the model. No way. It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, shit. Oh, best, what can we have to change? He's like, well, nobody will notice. It's like, wait a minute. You've got Euclid. Like, what? Oh, shit, yeah, geometry. Proofs. Shit, yeah, they can prove it. Fuck.
That seems a lot more likely than, you know, they wondered about the fifth postulate for, you know, hundreds of years, and then finally, you know, a couple of guys around the same time were able to crack it.
Geniuses.
It seems more like they realized that there was a problem with something, and they thought, all right, well, we're gonna have to figure out which of these basic fundamentals we can fuck with to, you know, give us some wiggle room to make this other thing that we've, you know, thought of work. We can't have this thing that we've conceptualized be real in the minds of people with the geometry thing the way it is, the way that it works. We've got to mess with something, and what, you know, they probably put their best and brightest on it to figure out which of these axioms can they mess with to, you know, I guess dilute the geometry enough.
Yeah. Yeah, we were
'cause
talking
they can't
about
have parallel horizontals. That's the problem, I guess. I think.
or
is the-
parallel verticals.
No parallels. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have parallel verticals to parallel horizontals. As in all of mathematics and X and Y and Cartesian and all of that. It's not allowed within that model. That's why the model can't be that old. They literally wouldn't have designed geometry like this, because geometry is based on reality. Reality dictates geometry. It's pretty simple. Geometry wouldn't be like this if it wasn't like this.
Yeah, what's the alleged quote from Newton? Like, it requires them to be drawn. Not that we something about drawing these conclusions.
Oh, put it in the Euclid.
Who knows if Newton even said that? But
I reckon he did, because we found it on a search for right lines. A complete.
Well, my point is, it doesn't. It's irrelevant who said it. I mean, it's right.
Yeah. It is. It's a good quote. The description of right lines and circles upon which geometry is founded belongs to mechanics. Geometry does not teach us to draw these lines, but requires them to be drawn. Reality dictates it. The geometry, It's not the other way round.
I think that's where a lot of these guys are kind of coming from, the mindset that it's the other way around, not that reality dictates it, but that the geometry dictates the reality. Like the other, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's completely the other way round. They imagine that they can just change the axioms and, do whatever they want with it. Well, you can't do that with Euclidean geometry. Like, Euclidean geometry is the first one, the one that showed them how to do a axiomatic system in reality, and it's derived from reality. You can't replicate it. I don't think there'll ever be anyone to ever replicate anything like that. And if there is, well, they're keeping it secret. Although it wouldn't surprise me. The depths of the simplicity that this sort of geometry takes you. I'm getting more and more understanding of it day by day.
I'm wondering, and this is just kind of like I don't know, like an epiphany or whatever, or just like a side thought, but I wonder when, like, the first accounts of science fiction, like recorded science fiction, like what was the first science fiction story or book?
I bet it'd be about the same sort of time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Activating the imagination to
like
space.
Outer space. Ooh,
yeah.
What? Let's travel to stars and
rockets.
Let's travel to those lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, we need a system in place in order to do that.
TV. I think that's that's
Plato's Cave right there.
Yeah, watching the shadows, definitely. Yeah, Plato's Cave. I might be having a reading of that. That'd be great. Read by Emma. There's some wisdom in some of those old. Always.
Just weird how it all ties in.
Yeah.
Like you can really connect the dots.
Well, tomorrow we'll have a go at trying to explain in its, I mean, it's so simple already, but the geometric obviousness of what something people have been trying to show and say that other people have had a problem with. So, I mean, if anybody wants to come tomorrow, do a bit of research, have a look into it, and try and find out what these geniuses had a problem with exactly. Because I keep hearing, like they were pointing out, they wanted to prove the axiom from the 4 that went before it. But, I mean, there wasn't 4 that went before it. There was 11 in my book that went before it. Postulates were something completely different than the axioms. I'll have a proper go at trying to explain the complexities behind it tomorrow. Because it's never ended. The implications of this one thing that I think they've taught people to not think about. Don't look at it. And we've heard a lot recently that, you know, we don't understand geometry and we don't understand. Well, it's really simple. We've been trying to go over how simple this Euclidean geometry is.
It's seriously like some Wizard of Oz stuff, like man behind the curtain kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they performed a trick and then hid the trick.
I mean, it's kind of ironic that Emerald was here, but yeah, it's like the Emerald City people. You know, they all thought that there was a grand wizard
Yeah.
controlling everything. It just took a simple-minded dog to pull on the curtain, and Dorothy, you know, oh, what's this? What? You're just a little man.
Yeah.
You're not a grand wizard.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, who is there? There's nobody there, even. Like, the trick's been hidden. So there's nobody there nobody's even tugging it. Nobody knows the curtain's there. Well, Betty's come and dropped a little thing. I mean, I'm glad I'm hoping more people are going to start looking into this and realizing how huge this is for the model. And people should be able to see, hopefully, the beauty of this particular, and call it an argument that we have here, but it's not. It's just a load of statements from reality that trigger globers more and more. But, I mean, it's pretty dangerous. Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are struggling mentally, that the idea of thinking I'm going to have to make up like an implosive logic effect once you've allowed diletheism in. It's when you find there is a truth in reality, what do you do? That's what I'm going to be studying. People, trying to show them the truths and then studying what happens, how diletheism can deal with obvious truths that go against the I'm guessing there's going to be varying different degrees of how people react to this. Do you reckon they'll just not respect the obvious truth? But I mean, that's the trick, innit? they'll find it on their own, obviously, because if there's a truth there, how could you deny it? Don't think I could. Well, obviously, can't.
I guess it depends on what it is that you're risking.
Yeah. Yeah, whether you can compartmentalize your diletheism.
And yes.
Yeah. Accept some truths as being self-evident.
Tailor-made to your preferences.
I'm guessing anything goes nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, because if truth plus truth doesn't equal truth, then what do you got?
Minus elephant with wham zam wave of the one equals elephant.
Well,
Which part did you?
Like, I try to get these guys to tell me, explain the steps that lead you to where you're, to what you're claiming. Explain the steps. And it's like, well,
they just want to make an empty statement and it to stick.
Yep.
You don't need no stinking steps.
It's
just make a statement. This triangle has parallel lines. That's it.
Yeah, parallel line trig. Hey, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Wally'll get offended. I mean, how do you think they do celestial navigation?
Yeah.
I think we had a bit of an equipotential angle of adjustment earlier, Buster, but I can't remember where it was. I did think of you.
I wanted to help the guy out with his having a proof with a contradiction or something like that.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
But I couldn't. I was like, dude, man, you don't even know what you're doing. It's like I just wanted to help him. It's like, I can help you. All the lights are turned off in the room if there are no lights in the room. I mean, it's just an empty statement.
Yeah.
How do you know there's an elephant in the crate? 2 options: write a mathematical formula, or just open the door.
Do a proof by contradiction.
He was
like, what?
He was trying to do the vacuous truth thing, and it's like, without saying it, it's like, come on, man.
He was trying to prove the not to help him prove the opposite, right? The contradiction of the not.
Yeah.
That's why I kept saying
crazy.
it. He just like ignored it. I'm like, it's vacuous. It's like,
yeah.
You read about this stuff, and you're like, you can say all day long, all the lights in the room are turned off. If there's no lights in the room, it's like it's just freaking empty. It's just nothing.
It's madness that they can get away with it.
None of the elephants in the crate are pink.
Yeah.
If there's no elephants in the crate, I mean,
yeah. It's he. I don't want to diss it too much, but he was trying to prove a contradiction, and then when asked for an example to help Rob out, he couldn't. There just wasn't one because it didn't make any sense.
They can't. That's where they go bonkers. Like, that's where the block. And I must say, he's a very amicable guy. He was polite and everything. So
yeah.
Shout out to him. It's just that we find it hard to understand how you believe this stuff. That's all.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Yeah. It's good that we can talk like that as well. I mean, These are the sort of conversations I've been waiting for a long time. It would have been good to have had these sort of conversations early on, but I don't think I would have been equipped for them. I know now that I'm fully equipped to be able to talk to anyone about all of this sort of stuff because I've got it sorted. You know, the truths are obvious, and this is going to be fun. If anybody wants to come and chat, I would suggest anyone from the Cell Nav group. That's Celestial Navigation. It's Betty's team that he's sent over to us. Who's Mag Cynic? He's asking me something. Well, that's the first Stray Put has to ignore my question on the lengths of the tropics. Typical. What? What's he talking about? Well, it looks like we've got some new some new arrivals in the Next Level Discord. If you would like to come and have a chat to a real life Globe Witness, looks like we've got another one. We've got rid of Sam, and I think Thomas said he'd had enough after we had a little chat today.
Globe Witness protection.
Mm-hmm. They have to come and sell their wares. Globe salesman.
Ding dong.
I'm definitely doing
Avon.
that, yeah.
Trying
Excuse
to pay
me,
my
sir.
way through college selling these globes.
Can I sell you a globe, a concept of a globe, sir? Well, no, not today. Well, you don't actually have to have anything. Just hold it for a while. Just open your mind and imagine.
How's your imagination? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Imagine.
It'll sit quite nicely. You can imagine there's a nice, warm, sunny spot there for you. On the side somewhere, normally.
You see that power line? You see how it appears to be making its own ball like in a short distance? Yeah, well, that's Earth curve. Well, it's exaggerated, but don't worry about that. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's not an optical illusion created by the atmosphere. No way. Well, some of it is.
But not all.
Yeah, Big E. I like the idea of Big E and diletheism. The team. Always. Caped Crusaders, one on each shoulder.
Big E is the boss. I mean, that's it.
It
all goes through Big E.
Shadow Giants for you.
Yeah.
By the power of the Shadow Giants. Go on, say that stupid shit. Go on. They did. Oh, right. If they did, then it must be right. What? 15 dimensions? I'll never get that one. Go on, say it. 15.
No. Our boy said only 13, Michikaku. Can't pass 13.
No, George
added 2 more?
George just added 2 more. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain. I've got a clip somewhere of George has got 15. Yeah.
Damn. Okay, I'll update my knowledge. Thank you. 15 now, huh? Okay.
Yeah. George has added 2 more. obviously, RBD face needed.
Oh, these are fun times.
Yeah, I don't want to bash the model, but I mean, fucking hell, it's a comedy routine. This is what we're doing. Comedy night, Wednesdays. Come and laugh at the hump and the nutsack. Don't forget about the nutsack. How could Rumpus do his test without the nutsack?
It's the belief in the absurd. How could we not laugh?
Reducto ad absurdum. That's what I was saying. Like it's a dance, isn't it? We're going to have when Rumpus does his test, we're going to have a dance all sorted. Call it the nutsack. I'd be willing to try that. It's gonna be fucking great. If all of this comes off, we're gonna have such a good time. Cause I'm getting dressed up. I'm having a hat.
Where's George been?
I don't know. Blue ops hunkered down into the keep. Secured, lock the doors, keep George in there, out the way.
They in their special room?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out, Blue. Hope you're doing alright. Make some videos. We definitely haven't got anybody in there now, so you're definitely safe, Blue. Don't worry.
Brenda bend the knee as well. She heeded the call.
Well, that was going to be decided a bit ago that they'd had enough. Didn't want to come round and give us any more publicity, I think. So, thanks for that, Brenda. Rumpus, obviously, he's had enough of us now. So, everybody, Rumpus has had enough. He won't be coming back around. Don't worry.
He'll be back.
We won't let him do his thing, so he's gone. He's gone. He can't come round again if he can't show his screen. I mean, that's us censoring him.
But Bev, he gave himself away the other day when Ruhif came in because he was quite able to stop. Say, oh yeah, no worries, you go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Ruhif. I may have overspoken you then. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Off you go.
Terribly. But if it's one of us, it's unacceptable. So, that kind of behaviour is unacceptable. If he's going to be like that, he just shouldn't bother coming in. We don't want you here, Rumpus, if you're going to be like that. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah. We've decided we only ever do this for a small group of people anyway, and that's what we do it for. And we don't do it for Rumpus. But if we can use it and learn from it, then it's all good. But the moment we stop learning from it and we get pissed off about it, it starts annoying us, then there's no need for it here.
And I think that's what he's trying to do.
I got an update on the ranty Blackpool Tower. It said Ruhif said if you guys collectively make a prediction for where Blackpool Tower will appear through the auto level, Ranty will go up the hill.
No way.
That's what he DM'd me.
Yeah, underneath, if you see it at all. But we've already said that, haven't we? Yeah, we've got memes and GIFs and we've predicted it, and I can't even remember. Let me have a look, see if I've got... My prediction. I even got Chad to draw one for me. I'll have a look. Quite a few people ended up doing the predictions, as far as I can remember. Was it before Bob? Ruhif? No, I don't think. Wow, is that it's like an update just recently? Ranty's trying to become relevant.
Yeah,
again.
that was 5:30, about an hour and 15 minutes.
Nice. Well, Ruhif came in here, so jolly good. I look forward to seeing Ranty go up Winter Hill. That'll be good to see. What does he mean by a prediction? What sort of an angle Ranty might measure with an auto level? I hope so. You give me a chance to say vertical. Auto levels don't measure vertical angles. Mike's having a go. We've got whatever in the chat. Oh, there is Chad. Spoke of Chad and he's in here. Oh. Jolly good. Well, we didn't get a chance to talk too much about the hump, which I was hoping. I did put isosceles triangles and didn't even really get a chance to talk about isosceles triangles. That's good. Oh, we've got somebody said that Ranty did some great proofs, some good stuff. Stared at a picture for a bit. Actually, we've got all of the Blackpool stones and all of that. We've got.
We sure do.
Got all sorts of stuff. Nobody really knows about it.
Those are my favorite. From that whole discussion, everybody overlooked that, except us, of course.
Yeah. Some of the best pictures as well, right? There's some, like,
man,
for that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Goldie's getting into the Globe Witnesses. Excuse me, sir.
May I interest you in our latest model globe? Wi-Fi built in.
To scale?
To scale, of course, sir. Ask it any question you want. Instead of saying, hello, Google, you say, hello, globe. What's the radius today?
The magic globe ball.
What's the refraction level today, globe?
I'm sure there's a Magic 8 thing that we can do for the chat, but nobody's really. Our chats must be the elder sort of age that nobody's really that bothered about chats and games within the chat. Are you? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we're like that. But we might get round to doing some music and stuff like that when we get a few more of Buster's stuff. Asking in the chat, Ranty was a total liar. He lied about everything. He did some fun stuff and we got drunk together, but it was on a mission the whole time. He was a bit of a drinker. Red wine. Ranty never came and did any tests or anything with us. He always seemed like a bit of a loner. Never wanted to come and join in with any of the stuff that we did, even though we're just down the road. I thought it was a bit weird. And now he doesn't really like us. He said we were friends, but we've never been friends. We were never even had a conversation, really. So, a bit weird. Guess he's moved on now to better things. And now, why everybody that comes round here, like, we've moved on from the geometric argument into the logical argument, which I think is much more interesting, and that's probably where we've been all the time, along with the idea of the psychology of why people would want to do this sort of thing in the first place. It's fascinating. But now that we've moved on logic and to be able to formulate these arguments better, they just want to talk about the geometry. And then they want to say that we are the ones that are obsessed with it. Must be a sort of follow-on sort of effect that perhaps a couple of years behind where we were, we've already sorted the proofs and the tests in reality. We're comfortable where we are now. Now we just have fun doing it. Again, it's coming up to set testing season. It's going to be fun. Testing season. It's just going out and having a laugh. With the Next Level crew. And also in the Discord. We switched to go live on the Discord and we're out there in the field. In the field, that sounds so fucking professional, doesn't it? It's not really. But what we normally do whenever we go live, because I've been out taking some pictures and stuff recently. Don't put it on the YouTube because I can't on my mobile. Well, I probably could go live. But we go live onto the Discord. So please come into the Discord and come and join in. This is where it's at. Start going over some of the old stuff during the daytime as well. Might start going live during the day at some point, but just going over old videos. I don't know. We will see. Anybody got any final comments or whatever? I'll queue up a Buster song.
I have one thing to say. You can't just take out an axiom because you feel like it. Just can't do it.
One chance, I like that one. Yeah, it's been a good night tonight. Probably one to look back on and go over again. Fifth postulate. Such a good week this is going to be. I hope everybody's listening to these arguments and the replies and rebuttals, because it doesn't get better than this. This is the one. Triangles, parallel lines, horizontals. That's about it. It's about all you need. Oh, perpendicular. Euclid night tomorrow. My second favourite night of the week. Thursday nights, Euclid night. See you tomorrow.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.